Hello friends, painting enthusiasts, and welcome to a brand new video. Today we are going to be taking a simple blank canvas and turning it into something realistic, vibrant, and hopefully also something that just feels nice and inspiring. Moving along, we're not actually going to start by putting paint on the canvas. I'm going to head over to my drafting desk and start a bit of a sketch for just figuring out where all of my subjects are. I personally like to boot up Photoshop, apply a grid, do a sketch in reference to that. However, if you don't love the drawing process in general, you just want to jump right into the painting, you can download the traceable up over on my Patreon, where you can also get the ad-free version of this video. That said, once we have our sketch complete, we are going to select our brushes, pick our pigments, and from there, we can jump into the painting process. Yet again, we'll grab our 1-inch flat-headed brush, and we'll also make the brush just a little bit damp to help keep our paint wet longer, and it'll also help with the blending process. Now I'll start by doing a bit of a base layer for a bridge here, and then we'll introduce the details. With this, we want a warm earthy color, but we want it to be pretty varied. So I'm going to use some yellow ochre, Naples yellow, this burnt sienna, and then we'll make it a bit more gray because right now this is pretty saturated. So Mars black, titanium white. You can see a lot of variance in this, and we want that. That way we have different colored bricks. But predominantly it is a burnt sienna, and then at different areas have the two yellows. Now we'll take some of that and our larger flat-headed brush, just start cutting along the top of our bridge. This brush is great because you can mix a lot of pigment with it, you can move and apply a lot of pigment with it, but it can also render these really intentional markings when you want to. And I'm not going to do the reflection just yet. We're going to start with the top half, and we're going to break it down into simple steps. That way it never feels daunting or overwhelming. We've got a lot of subjects in this painting, but it doesn't have to be tricky as long as we break it down, take it slow. So layer number 1, pretty much complete. And again, this color is looking good. Now, as you can see, the acrylics are a little bit thin. We can see the canvas through. So we're going to thicken our pigment with some titanium white. We'll change it a little bit. I might interject some extra yellow ochre. And then we'll go and we'll just do a second coat. This can work well if it's wet, because you get that wet into wet blend, but if you wait till it's dry, you can get this cool scratchy texture, which can be really lovely as brick. Just creates that rocky, gritty feel. But I'm going to apply this pretty sporadically throughout. That way the bricks that we apply look like they have a lot of variance later on. Right now we are just applying that base layer, but I want some areas to be a bit more yellow, some to be a bit more orange, though I do want all of these applications in the end to feel nice and thick. Towards the edges, I might grab some extra Mars black, work that here and work that here, because this will get more shadow from the above trees than this will. And we can create a really nice, soft, subtle gradient working inwards, where it just slowly dissipates, working in these blocky applications. It's already looking really good. Might make it a little bit darker towards the bottom too, because that will also get less light. I like that a lot. Now we'll just grab a little bit of extra Mars black to introduce our first detail. So from there, we're going to take that and very carefully with our larger flat-headed brush, I'm just going to work a line across, and it's going to look like a divot. So we have our wall, and then there's this inner area, and then this protrudes outwards, creates this shadow, and it's just the first of many details. Good little warm-up. And from there, we'll switch to the smaller flat-headed brush for some extra detail work. See this nice little underside to the tunnel? That's exactly where we're headed. We're going in with that smaller brush, and we're just going to create this nice crescent shape, at least a half crescent shape. Working on our edges first, slowly expanding, and we want this to be nice and thick, so we'll probably go in with a second layer, but just like that, nice and easy. Already have good form. Now we want to work on the grout color for our bricks, and I think we'll go with a brighter version of this. So a lot of Naples yellow, a lot of titanium white, probably a pretty close to even mix. Hint of the burnt sienna, hint of the yellow ochre, hint of the Mars black, and this looks pretty perfect for a first application. So with this, I'm going to be very careful for these first couple of applications, but we're going to go in, just going to tap some horizontal lines, applying as little pressure as possible. Sometimes I'm not going to fully fill in the area because I am applying so little pressure, and that's okay. We don't want our bricks to look perfect anyway. Occasionally I might draw some lines with the corner of the brush just to make it slightly more imperfect for the sake of making the bridge look older and a bit more unique, ornate. But for the most part, I find a series of little taps works the best. Then once we have our first line in, we're going to go in with a second right under it. And you can see these lines are a little bit smaller. That's just because I'm more in practice of making them now. Every time you apply them, you'll probably be a little bit better at it. And that's very much the goal. We always want to get better at our craft and that which we're doing. I might go in and fill in some of those empty spaces, but then I'm on to the next line, as you can see. Though, once we have all of this done, we are going to switch our brush to apply it in a slightly different way, because while these are a good start, this is just the beginning of our brick and the formations. Now here I'll get you a little closer just so you can see the real details, the real applications. Because I'm applying that little pressure, sometimes you do just get these little dots, and I like that. We can fill them in with a corner. You can see I'm just taking the corner of the brush and I'm extending here and there. But some of these openings I will leave in. And once we get down here, we can kind of be a bit more quick. The more you do with this, the quicker you will get, just because you'll be in practice. You have a good feel for it. And we can just knock these out. I might also start just creating that ladder of them, like so. And then I'll move over and I'll continue all of them at the same time. This can be an easy way of just working through it. That said, when we do so, we need to make sure that we don't forget about our edges. And I preferred if these were a little more spotty, if I had less pigment on my brush, because this is a higher contrast and I just don't want it to stick out too much. But so far, I really like it. I think we can switch our brush and move on to the next step. Now I'll switch to the liner for the real detail work. And with this, we'll grab some of that same pigment, and then I'll create little vertical lines to break up our brick. I might also occasionally make some of those horizontal markings to reaffirm past ones that need to be a bit more visually dramatic. And this is just a very cathartic, easy way of painting brick. You start with your base layer, and then you do some horizontal taps with a larger flat, And then you do some vertical drags with your liner. And just like that, you have these very cohesive looking bricks. Sometimes I'm going to make bricks bigger, sometimes I'll make them smaller. You might put two square ones beside each other and then a very long one. And that's a great way of just making it look a little bit more interesting. Though you could make them all exactly the same and keep it nice and perfect. That said, let me get you quite a bit closer so you can see some of the detail work and the fact that I want some of these lines to be a bit more open, some to be a bit more dramatic. Here I'm going in with the dramatic ones, but again, let's get you closer. Now, when you're doing this, I think it's pretty important to try not to get the vertical lines directly under each other. So I might skip a space and then do one here. Might skip a space, do one here. Skip a space, do one here. And with the ones in between, I'll do that line slightly to the left, slightly to the right. And this is another way of ensuring that your bricks look consistent, like so. We're just going to expand, move them out on both sides. Right now we're working with some bigger ones, but we can create again some more square looking bricks and just diversify as we go. We want these to look similar, but we don't want them to look the exact same. And there's a good balance and a lot of bricks to practice that idea with. There are also so many that if you do an area not perfect, that's okay. It really won't stand out and just kind of get lost in all of the good ones. So don't be afraid to experiment and make it the way you want. It's also worth noting that we have this arch. And I think what I'm going to do, I drew this in the traceable. So if you're using that, you can just work off of it. I'm going to create this rounded arch around that arch to shadow, like so. Grab a bit more water, a bit more pigment. I'll fill on the other side. I find this is a lot easier when I'm dragging down rather than up. And then I'll create individual little grout for those bricks as well. So now we have some added unique diversification. If some of the horizontal lines kind of bleed into this, A, it's okay, but B, we can just go over that area with more of the burnt sienna heavy mix. And here you can see I'm doubling down on a lot of those applications, make this a bit more visually stark than a lot of the other bricks, because it is a more prominent feature and one we want to stand out in a pretty way. Then I might add a bit more of that connective tissue into the rest of the brick, and already I'm liking it a lot. Now we can't forget about these edges, which again just get easier and easier as we continue to paint this. I'm continuing that style. I go to the top, I skip a row, I skip a row, I skip a row, and then I go back and I go in between with the other rows until we get something nice and full. We can also occasionally skip an application because we do want these to be unique, but it gets quicker, gets easier. Have a good system. I think just having good systems in place for paintings can really just make you feel like you're on top of it, you're in a good place, and you know what you're doing. So again, complicated subject, but we made it nice and easy, and I think it's looking great. So taking a step back, really love how this is coming along. That said, if you're enjoying this, if you feel like you just learned how to paint a bridge and you're excited to do so, do consider hitting the old subscribe button. It helps the channel grow, and with that, let's move on to the next subject. Now, from there, we are going to need to open a new tube of ultramarine blue for our sky. And as for the mix, we want it to be mostly a titanium white, but we will grab a hint of that ultramarine blue. We'll grab a hint of the Mars black. The Mars black will just desaturate it so it's not too vibrant. But this is a great bright bluish gray, and we'll use this for our sky. Now this is a pretty gray blue, but when it comes to fall, I typically do like to move into the slightly less bright, slightly more moody bluish grays. And I think this will complement all of the oranges and the vibrant color as well. It won't compete, but it'll accentuate. And with that, I am just throwing this into all of the open areas of trees. We're going to have a lot of little openings. We'll have a big opening right here, and we'll make sure that it's nice and thick with a couple of applications. So I'm just using the corner of my brush to get the rest of them, and we'll work around this to the best of our abilities. Though we can always go back and repaint these in later. Okay, so quick and easy step. Love how it looks. Now we're going to go into the background. So the trees that are really far away, and we'll start layering in a lot of color. Let me show you exactly what I mean. So we have these foreground trees here and here. That's not what we're painting. We're painting the background, and all of this will be layered on top of it after. But we need a good gradient, a lot of good fall colors. Now the very bottom of our tree line is going to be a bit of a green, but it's in the distance, so we want it to be a desaturated green, which means we take our sap green, we interject some titanium white, a little bit of Mars black. We'll build that out to be a bit more voluminous. We have a lot of area to cover, but I also wanted to have some warmth, so I'll throw in a hint of our yellow ochre, and using this we'll head into the canvas. So now we'll take that green. I'm going to carefully run that along the top of our bridge. We do have a railing to be drawn in there. That's okay. I'll just sketch it in again a little bit later. But right now, we're going to start building this green up, and I'm going to do so almost diagonally, as you can see. Highest peak right here, and then it's going to become lesser as you move over to the left-hand side, and then yet again, I'm going to allow it to get bigger as I work around a lot of my trees and this foliage. But we'll just bring that up like so, and then we'll head on over to the right hand side, and much like our last application, it will expand greatly. I want the majority of the colors in the middle. I don't want it to be over stimulating or complicated, and I think by doing this we'll find a really good healthy balance. So we'll just continue that up a little bit. You can still see the drawing from this tree. You can still see the larger vertical markings. And this is just a base layer. That said, now we want it to transition into more of an orange. So from there, I'll grab some cadmium yellow deep hue. It's a warmer yellow, a little bit of our Naples yellow, titanium white, hint of our Mars black. We want this to be a relatively desaturated mid-value orange because we're going to apply shadows and highlights on top of it. Once we have it though, we will apply that right through here. And I'm not going to lie to you, this layer is going to look really awkward. And that's okay. It's just a base layer. We're going to apply a lot of pigment on top of it. We just need something on the canvas to work with. And that's the goal right now. So I'm going to apply this, start moving it up, and then with an X-shaped pattern, I'll move it into a lot of our greens. That way they're starting to blend a little bit. We're sharing hues. It feels a bit more natural. We can bring those up into these greens. Already it's a much more complex, interesting base layer. It's really messy and it needs a lot more paint, but this is making it a lot stronger in the end. So you just kind of trust the process, you trust yourself. That's what I'm doing. And you know what, you saw the end of the painting, you saw the thumbnail. You know what this turns out to look like. I don't yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll turn out great. So once we are done there, we're going to continue upwards. I'm going to transition to more of a yellow. So I'll add more yellow ochre, cad yellow, Naples yellow into the mix. Apply that right above it. As you can see, nice and easy. We have a red tree here more in the foreground, and we're just going to work around that for now. We'll work some of this yellow out into the greens, make them more complex. Then as we add higher up, doubling down on the Naples yellow, Cad yellow deep, a little bit of titanium white, we're getting closer to the light up here at the top, so we need to brighten our mix. Titanium white's also great in that it's going to thicken it. And I'm trying to do a lot of this wet into wet, so I'm not really letting any of these pigments dry by continuously working over them. And that's a good continued trick. You just keep applying more paint. You make sure your brush is nice and damp. That'll keep your paint wet for a lot longer too. And then again, we'll go down with our blends, X-shaped pattern, bring some colors up, bring some colors down. It can look really brushstroke heavy here. We're not worried about that because we're going to go back over all of this with multiple layers. Again, right now it's about getting a colorful base layer that isn't overwhelming. I think we're doing great. The yellow at the top really is the key. It'll show a lot of light. And again, these blends don't have to be perfect. It's wet into wet, so you will get a blend, but it doesn't determine how good the painting is going to be in the end. So don't you worry about that. Might grab some extra green, work that back into the bottom, and you can kind of jump around with a lot of these pigments. Oh yeah, that's great. Now we're starting to build it up, make it a bit more thick. Already, I'm a fan. Maybe we go for a bit of a more red mix again. Get a little bit of burnt sienna in there. That's a nice transitionary color. I like that with the greens, I like that with the yellows, I like that with the oranges. Great collection of hues. Now from there we'll get a little closer, grab our liner, some of the yellow that we used on the edge here, and I'll just tap on the implication of little leaves and clusters of leaves between the yellow that we have and our openings. And this is just going to be a fine little detail which starts to show us form and what we are eventually going to be building towards. It's just a hint of it, but already I think that it's giving us a more refined, intentional image. We're going to have a lot of this later on. I'm going to make this look nice and realistic. But for now, it's going to look a little rough, maybe a little impressionistic. And then, again, we build. We have a lot of fun. Just trying to make sure this exists around all of our openings, because we will have a lot of light relative to these areas, working through them. All right, so it's looking good, great base layer. Now we need to interject some detail. We're going to do so with some shadows. Then after that's done, we'll apply some highlights on top and we'll get really colorful with it. But the shadows, they're going to be a bit more muted. We're going to bring all of these colors together and we'll mix that on our palette right now. Now, said shadows, I think should have a green burnt sienna base. That way it's green, but it's also warm and earthy. We'll also make it darker because it is a shadow pigment. It needs to be darker than anything we have. Though I don't want it to be too dark because I don't want it to be distracting from any of the shadows in the foreground. This is going to have more light in it than the foreground. So we add some titanium white, and I think this mix right here is going to be perfect. And for the application, we're going to switch to our fan brush, because all of these sharp little impressions will render just a myriad of dots on the canvas in a way that we can't with any other brush. So with this, we'll grab just a little bit of our pigment, then we're going to go in and tap this texture onto that backing, and you can see all of these minute markings starting to form. Try to rotate my brush in the air, that way I get a different tap every time. And I'm never pressing the entirety of the brush into the canvas. I'm always just doing about a third of it, maybe a half at most. But by not pressing all of it, we don't get these dramatically elongated lines. And that should be avoided. Now I'll get you a little bit closer just so you can see all of these markings slowly come together. I'm going to make some of these clusters more dramatic than others, so we'll have a more open area here, but then we'll have a more overlapped, darker area just to the bottom of it. And the idea is that once we start to run out of paint, we'll go back over pre-existing areas, that way we get more subtle applications that kind of fill it out. Now, as you do this, occasionally you are going to end up with lines, and that can be avoided by, again, just not pressing much of the brush into the canvas, but it's also inevitable to a point. We're doing a lot of taps. Eventually we're going to press a little bit too hard or just go in at the wrong angle, and that's okay because this is still a base layer. We're going to apply highlights on top of it, and we can always fix up anything we don't love. I'm also going to apply more taps towards the bottom because we're just going to have less light in that area. There's a lot of light coming from up here. There's not much light down here. We have all of this different foliage casting additional shadows. So more taps towards the bottom. I'm going to avoid this top area for now because I want to change my mix before we get there. Now, as we move higher, again, we get closer to the lights, I'm going to interject some additional titanium white, a little bit of Naples yellow to warm it up, but also a hint of our Cad red. This would be a great next step with maybe a hint of our yellow, just to lean it into the oranges here and there. Now, we really don't want to wash our brush in between these applications, because if we do, we'll condense a lot of our bristles and we'll make them softer. When we do that, we also amalgamate them, so then we don't get these tiny markings, we get the much larger ones, which really isn't what we want through this. We want these to be as small as possible. These are distant, sharp shadows, and we want to convey that to the best of our ability with these little markings. So when your brush does start to dry with paint on, and it will, give it a good wash, but then dry it completely before grabbing this paint and applying it. It will long term give you a lot more detail in your painting and just keep things progressing as you intend them to. As I move up here, you can see that pigment is dissipating. That's great. We use the majority of our paint at the bottom. And I will go down here and to these areas and do a little bit of this just to make sure that there's a transitional area, that it's nice and cohesive. And as we continue expanding upwards, we continue interjecting that titanium white, that Naples yellow, maybe a hint of that Cad red to keep it nice and warm. But still a mid to darker pigment relative to what we're applying it on, and a good transition color. So, yet again, grabbing that fan brush. I'm still yet to clean mine, admittedly. I just feel like I've worked quickly enough that these pigments haven't dried on the brush, and I'm grabbing very little each time, so it hasn't accumulated. That's another thing, if it accumulates quickly, if you have a lot of pigment on your brush, it'll be harder and harder to render these smaller, minute markings. So try to grab little bits of paint. Easy way of doing that is just spreading the paint very thin on your palette while mixing it. Lots of little tips and tricks to getting this done. But looking great, very happy. Strong base. So taking a step back, I really like the shadows. We have a good transition from the lighter ones at the top, the darker ones at the bottom. Not all shadows are made the same. They do vary in both value and hue, and I think we have a good set of them. That said, we're going to let that dry, and then we're going to go in with the real highlights. We'll mix those next. This is where we get our vibrant poppy colors that we love about fall. But I also do want to make sure that we clean our fan brush well, because we don't want the paint kind of condensing all of these bristles, and we will use this pretty soon again, so I do want to make sure that it's nice and clean. That said, let's jump back into the palette. Now for a yellow highlight, we want a lot of our cadmium yellow deep hue. I'm going to thicken it with our Naples yellow, and then we're going to brighten it with our titanium white. This will also help thicken it, but we need something brighter than what we have right here. We need something more saturated. Might go back to the cad yellow deep hue, but I think this is a really pretty color to apply. Now, as for application, I am going to go back in with the fan brush. However, as you can see, it looks a little bit different. Now I have a series of these clusters, these condensed bristles, and I did that by just making my brush damp. Now we're going to get larger applications, grab it on these beautiful little protruding clusters of bristles. Work that around our highlight, because we will have the majority of our light around our highlights, and then we can have it start to come down like so. Oh yeah, look at that. So quick, so easy, so lovely. Have to love working with the medium. It's just so great with these techniques. I'm trying to continuously move you back and forth so that you're close, so that you're far away, because A, I want you to see the details close up, but B, when you look at a painting in a room, typically it's not half a foot away, it's 10, 15 feet away. And with that in mind, we want to look at our paintings from a real distance and make sure that things are looking cohesive, they're balanced well, that our details aren't too small or too big. So in these lessons, I will kind of move you back and forth here and there. That way you can see what my painting looks like from a distance, but also up close. Recognizing that both are important, but farther away is actually, in a lot of cases, actually more important. Now from there, we are going to transition into a bit of a reddish orange highlight. So we'll grab some of our Naples yellow, our cad yellow, our yellow ochre. We'll mix that into the red here, bit of our titanium white, desaturate it with our Mars black. And this is definitely brighter than our past reds or past oranges. So I think it's a great next step. All right, so from there, we'll grab our damp fan brush and we'll start moving downwards here, applying more of these highlights. Though it is worth noting, these highlights could be quite a bit brighter. We're leaving a lot of room to build more dramatic layers and foliage. We're just kind of starting with the basics. Do some more oranges down here. I think that'll be pretty. You can do little splashes of these color, provided you give them enough of an outskirts transition that they make sense. Maybe a little more orange back here. I think that's interesting. Could be up towards the top, just a subtle amount of it. Could transition out of the yellows too, because you will have trees of varying highlight degrees. varying colors, varying hues, all of it spread out. And if you have it too centralized, it'll just look a bit cartoony. The way we work around that is by diversification, separation. We're definitely getting there. There we go. Let's make this a little bit brighter, a little bit more prominent. Step by step, we don't do a lot, but we'll grab some extra Cad Yellow Deep, extra Titanium White, a little bit more Cad Red in there. And we'll just jump between these until we get exactly what we want. Oh, I like that. It's looking really good. Desaturated it quite a bit though, so more of our yellow. I think this is the next step. Switching on over to the fan, making sure it's nice and damp. You can even do that to fork it. But we're jumping back in. These are much brighter. Great layer on top of the last one. That feels really natural. It feels earned. Now we have multiple layers of highlight, and we're just building these foliage clusters. Oh. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. One of those things, we were patient with our highlights and it paid off. There we go. Not too many up there, but enough. We can go over our favorites a couple of times, just to make sure it's nice and built up. Maybe it dissipates towards the edge because we just don't want as much of that bright saturated pigment in an area that draws the eye off of the painting. We want it to be more centralized. So we have our yellow highlights, we have our orange highlights. Now it's time for our first set of green highlights. You can see I'm grabbing the sap green, titanium white, Mars black. I do want some Naples yellow in there for some bonus warmth, thickness. It needs to be brighter than our previous green. So we'll just jump back and forth between our Naples yellow or titanium white. And I think this will be a great next step. We could also do a bit of a blend of it into the orange. If you want a transitionary color, you can see that versus that. I like it a lot. And I think we'll end up using both. So now jumping back into the painting here, we have our fan brush, we have that transitionary color. I'm going to start applying it right around the orange highlights, or at least the bottom of them, as you move into the greens. I thought I'd also mention, we've used this fan brush now for the shadows and the highlights. If you're looking at your fan brushes and you're not finding one that kind of condenses in the water in the way that this one does, or that has those really sharp, hard bristles when it's dry, you can pick up my brush set. It's in the video description. I use it for all the lessons here on this channel. Have for years at this point, and it's one of those things where once you get that set, if you like these videos, you know that you have the right brushes every time. It's a smaller brush set. It's only 5 brushes because I really just didn't want to sell you brushes you weren't going to use, and I think that we can do a lot with these. But it's linked in the description. It's what I use in every video. Recommend picking it up if you struggle to find the right fan brush. I know for years I would switch between 2 or 3 in every painting because it would either be too soft and I wouldn't get those sharp markings, or it'd be too hard and I wouldn't be able to get the softer markings. I was always just kind of going back and forth, but this one makes sure you can kind of do it all. Just trying to make it easy. That said, this is looking really nice. We're just expanding it on all sides. With that, we'll move in nice and close, grab some extra titanium white, cad yellow deep hue, apply that into those highlights. Just do some beautiful little textures on the tops. Not going to do this all the way throughout, but in the areas that are already bright, that have kind of been proven as solid areas for highlight, we'll tap some of this in. We won't do too much towards the bottom because the bottom does have more shadow from the top of the foliage, but we can do little bits here and there. I think that brings this area to life in a really unique way. You can see that I'm going over the areas that I really like a couple of times, just building it up, making sure that it stands out in the ways that it needs to. Work that into the edges as well. You can see that I'm bouncing around a lot of areas, and that's intentional. That way I don't overdo one or the other, and they all grow together in a way that we can be very intentional and aware. Good, really good. Okay. Now that we have this the way we want it, let's head back to the palette, grab some yellow, some red, mix up a nice orange here, grab a lot of that titanium white. I'm gonna add some of those highlights to the tops of this guy. So much like these, we now have it in a different color over proven areas that we know that we like. And you can do this for your yellows as well if you feel like they need to be brighter. I think I'm pretty happy with mine for now, but I think this is a strong addition for sure. All right, so taking a step back, it's looking good. And from here, I think we're going to move forward in the painting. We have a lot of great background trees. Now we're going to do one more so in the midground, and this will be a really nice red we haven't had an opportunity to play with yet. Now everything on my palette is nice and dry, so I'm not going to worry about that. Instead, I'm going to grab some cad red, a little bit of our burnt sienna, titanium white to brighten it and thicken it, but I don't want it to be a pink. And the cad red and the titanium white would make a pink, so that's why we're gonna boost it up with some of that sienna. Back to the red, beautiful, warm, thick. Add a hint of Mars Black, desaturate it, and I think this is our next pigment for the canvas. Now we'll grab our pigment with our damp fan brush, and we'll just start tapping in all of these nice little leaves, protrusions. We'll create larger clusters, so more taps in a singular area. We'll have it stretch out here, we'll have hints of it up here, trying to diversify as best I can. Don't want it to completely overwhelm the oranges that we have either. I want it to complement, I want it to build. So we're still trying to leave lots of those showing, and it's certainly not reaching as far as the oranges do. There we go. We'll have some nice green trees in this area as well. But for now, I think this looks great. Also, as per usual, feel welcome to go in with the liner brush, fix edges, or add any very intentional markings that might have been too difficult to render using the larger fan brush. As you can see, such an easy process once you have that base in there. Really just doing a little bit of refinement, though the next layer is where we bring this tree to life. Now we need to make sure that those reds have depth, and we're going to do so by rendering a darker variant of what we have. So we'll add some Mars black, we'll add some extra Cad red, and we'll start building out the shadows in the tree with this. So from there, we're going back in with that same fan brush. I'm applying these applications towards the left-hand side because we are farther away from the light. We can also do more towards the bottom of these protrusions in these clusters than we do towards the top, because there just will be more shadows down there. The foliage, the leaves will cast shadows on themselves. And we can also just create additional brand new leaves and sections with this towards the bottom. There we go. Already I like it a lot more. It's creating this nice vignetting here and there by having these darker pigments on the edge. And of course, we'll continue to apply a couple of those intentional markings towards the bottom. Though for the most part, I'm actually really happy with this. I like the spontaneity of the fan brush's applications, and I'm just doing minor additions here and there. There we go. Now let's mix a slight highlight, but nothing we want to use in abundance because the mid value was already pretty bright. So with that, I'm going to grab a little bit of extra titanium white, a little bit of extra burnt sienna, cad red, and we'll boost what we were working on right there. Again, I don't want it to be too much brighter, and I don't want it to be too pink. So the burnt sienna is going to continuously go back in, but we can also interject a hint of extra Mars black in that. That always helps bring down the vibrancy. There we go. I love that. Let's jump back into the canvas. Now with this one, I'm actually not going to go in with the fan brush just because I want to be extra careful with it, and I want that intentionality. We've built really unique forms using the randomization of the fan brush, but now we're just solidifying ideas, and I think that's best done with the liner. So I'm going towards the tops of my leaves and the areas that are facing this way because they'll get more light from that opening. So as the other openings, which just aren't on, rather in the composition. But I think this is going to look really nice. We don't need too much of it. Again, I want to keep it towards this right-hand side. So we're not going to really fill out this spot. We'll do a couple here and there, and they'll stand out in a relatively dramatic fashion, but that's why we're not doing too many. They can be pretty dramatic. There we go. All right, so from there, we do need to move into the foreground. We need to do some green trees. But before we do that, I do think we'll work on the tree trunks. So we're going to head back to the palette, render a nice earthy, rich pigment, and really cover a lot of empty canvas. Now, I'm just going to mix on top of the red here because we do want some reds in it. I'll grab a lot of this burnt sienna though. That should be our primary color. Hint of our cad red, hint of our titanium white to get us started, and then a good amount of our Mars black. And this is nice because it's dark, but it's warm and earthy, and it complements all of our other colors well. So again, from here, we are going to go in and we're going to start carving the edges of our trees, you can see that I'm using a tap and drag approach. I'm doing that just so we have some unique edging to our trees so they don't look too soft. We could go from the top and do a single drag down, but I think that would render something that would look a little too artificial. So instead, going about it like this does a much better job. That said, once we have both of our edges complete, we can go in and work in that midsection. Much like the edges, I'm doing so with a tap and drag approach because if we have some brush strokes in it, it'll look nice and organic. Now, we do need to do quite a few more of these, but I think I'm just going to resketch them in using the traceable. That way I have everything exactly where I want it to be. Okay, so everything's nice and sketched back in. I can re-render a lot of these trees, and you can see that it's quite quick once you get warmed up. You get the hang of it. That's one. We have another one directly to the right. If you miss having the red in these areas, you can always paint it over top of this. Create that extra layer of depth. I might do so, I might not. It depends on how complicated it ends up looking. Don't want it to look too complicated, but I also want it to have a lot of depth. We have a tiny tree down here. And that's looking pretty neat. But I do think I'm going to switch on over to the liner just because it is a lot smaller. Like so. Using a good amount of water, that way I get these nice thin applications. Maybe it gets lost behind this tree. We can add little branches here and there. And realistically, we can have branches in between a lot of these. But don't want to do too much of it yet because I want to do more of the foreground foliage and really assess just how much detail we can incorporate it without feeling like too much. There we go. Now we'll head on over to the other side here, and we have a good mirroring happening with the trees on the left and the right. Nice duality in terms of size and placement. They're not exactly the same, but they're similar, and it acts as a good framing device for the rest of the painting. Trees over here are a little bit smaller. It's important that we vary their size, that way they all feel nice and unique. And I know you can see a lot of glare on these ones. That is part of acrylic painting. We are working with a very wet medium, though you should see your painting quite well within the first couple of minutes. You can also move around the room or move around your light source, and that'll help you figure out where that light is, give you a more realistic view of it. And here we're just tapping on lots of little branches for the fun of it. Don't want to do too many, but here and there I think they can be quite nice in the early stages. Now from there, we are going to brighten this so that we can add some highlight to those trees. I'm going in with some titanium white, bit of our burnt sienna. We want this to still be warm. We want it to still be fairly gray. We don't want it to be saturated or compete with the rest of our trees. But I think this is maybe a hint more titanium white, really what we're looking for. Now from here, I'm going in with the smaller flat-headed brush, same as that larger one, but as the title implies, smaller. And then I'm going to go along the edge initially, that is to the side of the open light, and I'll just do this tap and drag effect similar to how we did the initial edge applications. That way it looks nice and rough like a bark. And already I think the pigment for it is perfect. We wanted something that wasn't too bright, we wanted something that wasn't too saturated, we wanted something that was earthy and warm, and this checks all of those boxes. That said, we could definitely go in with an even greater highlight. It's worth noting that while we are doing this, while we like it, the pigment we are applying is not the pigment that we have on our palette, because we're applying it over a darker layer and acrylics are semi-transparent. So what we're currently applying is a lot darker than our mix, and I think I want to apply something that looks a lot like our mix. So I'm just going to apply this to all of our trees along all of these edges, and I'm going to do the other side of the tree, but I'm not going to wrap it around this way in the same way that I wrapped these highlights this way, because there's going to be more light that way, though there will be light on the other side. So we'll start by just tapping those in. We'll move to another tree, move to another tree. Then we'll just make sure that we have good textural coverage. You can also get a lot faster as you work through this. Now head on over to the trees on the left hand side, and this we're doing the opposite. We're applying the highlight to the right hand side because the right hand is closer to the light, and again it's very subtle. I'm not sure how much of it you can even see on the camera. It's difficult to see in the LCD screen, but that's kind of the point. We want it to be nice and subtle for our first applications, and then we can build from there. It's always safer to go with a subtle first application. I feel like you can learn a lot from it, and then you jump in again with something a bit more stark or prominent if you feel it's necessary. You don't always. And now, as noted, we do need to make that mix brighter, so I'll add some extra titanium white. I will resaturate it with that burnt sienna, and we'll just keep building on this until we have exactly what we want. Also, this time around, I'm actually going to go in with the liner brush, because every time we do this, we get into a brighter highlight, we create more contrast, and we want more control over those details. So I'm going in with the same application. Typically it's a tap and a little bit of a drag. I'm trying to go over pre-existing highlighted areas. This can dissipate as we move towards the bottom, so I'm not refilling my brush with paint and water. I'm just kind of letting it naturally end as we get towards the bottom, because we will just have more shadows down there, but we can get more water and more paint to go back to the top, do more here. While I am predominantly working on the edges, I am going to bring this in, do the occasional little tap on the inner portion, and you just want it to progressively get darker as we move towards the back. But this is one of those things where it's a really organic subject, so you can be loose with it, you can be playful, you can have fun. I feel like that's what we're doing. I like that a lot. Now I'll get you a little bit closer. We'll work on this guy right here. Though I will mention, as we get farther and farther away from the center, we'll probably do a little bit less of this. We might make the mix a little bit darker, we might just use a little bit more water, but we want these highlights to feel more subtle, because we are moving farther away from the light. We're not going to have that dramatic effect, though I do still want some of it. I do still want that general transition, and I think we finding a really good balance here. Lots of little taps, occasional drag. Yeah. These are some strong applications. Let's head over to the right. As they get smaller, you'll do more drags rather than taps, because they just won't have as much texture in the bark. The tree itself will be younger, so it won't have those protrusions yet. It won't be as ornate. And these little guys are almost just with the highlights on top of them as a whole. And then of course, we do have to head on over to the other side, and we're following that same rule in that this side is different because we have the light on the right hand side, not the left. Creates this really great framing, brings the eye in towards the center. Adding a little bit of highlight on this guy. And then we can do a fair amount here. I've mentioned that we don't want to do too much on the edges, but this isn't too close to the edge. I think it's still in the foreground enough. Now we also still have some pretty large areas of open canvas. I think all of ours is going to be in slightly different areas, and that's also okay. We're going to put foliage over it. We're going to do so with a new color that we haven't introduced yet. Not really. And we'll continue to just build this out, make it nice and unique. There we go. That's some good texture. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the morning. Today we are maybe going to finish the painting. It's ambitious, but I think we've kind of done all of the harder steps. The reflection that we're doing should be a little bit easier. I think we're warmed up. I think we're ready. I feel like we have a good idea of what we're doing today. We are going to finish up the top. That's where we're starting. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to jump into some foliage. We're going to have some fun. It is the next morning. That's all dry. And we are going to mix our foreground trees. We'll start with a good darker to mid-value green. So a lot of our sap green, good amount of our Mars black, hint of our titanium white to desaturate, thicken. And because it is in the foreground, it can be nice and dark. I think this is a great first step. We can darken it if we want, we can lighten it a lot, and I'm going to spread it fairly wide just so we can grab small amounts rather than big globs. Now, I think we'll go in here today with our smaller flat-headed brush. I'm going to make sure that it's nice and damp. That way we keep our paint wet for a little bit longer. We get that nicer, easy glide. And then I'm going to start by filling in. Unlock your iPhone first. Oh, hello Siri. Little did we know this video would be featuring Siri. I'm, as noted, going to go in and work on all of the open areas of canvas first. Those are areas we know we need to fill, and then from there we can expand and work our way out. But I don't want to work in the more nebulous spots yet, because I think we should solidify that which we need to do. It'll make the later choices easier, and we'll feel like they're more correct. So we'll just do some taps, do some drags. I find that when I do this, I try to relieve pressure at the end of the sweeping motion, and that gives me a sharper marking, which is more reminiscent of an individual leaf or something akin to that. I've also lately drawn back in, I don't know if you can tell, with a little bit of green Conte, where I want a lot of my foliage to be. Again, I just used the traceable, and if you ever feel like you struggle with the drawing process, I do have the traceable up over on Patreon. Up there you can also get ad-free access to these videos, so if you're watching this and you don't like the ads, there's an easy way to get around that. Up there we also do a bunch of bonus videos. We're currently working on a big 24 by 24 inch piece. I think I'm actually going to try to finish that this week, but it's a big, because it's a big painting, it's a big series. So we've been working on it for a couple of months. I think we're on episode 8. One of those things where it gives us an opportunity to paint with a lot more detail than we normally do. When you're doing this, make sure that you do apply these over your trees and behind them. So sometimes I'm stopping my green right along the edge of the tree, and sometimes I'm going to go over it. And it's that combination of the two that makes it look natural, because the foliage will grow both in front of and behind. There we go. Now I do want a lot of details in here, but I think I'm going to head over to the other side, work on those trees, and then we'll come back for the detail work and do it all at once. I'm also going to move you back just a little bit, that way you can see it all coming together holistically. And these foliage pieces, these branches, all of it are going to be a bit different in that they're going to be larger branches that sweep down, cut in front of this tree. And I can tell that I'm having a harder time applying paint right now, so I'm going to make my brush a bit more damp, work that into our pigment, and oh yeah, just like that, it's so much easier again. You can see I'm making all of these horizontal sweeping motions. They're sharper at the very ends. We get more of a heavy volume towards the center of the cluster because we'll just have more foliage. Have this come down, meet this one. Now there's some connective tissue. And you can see, despite the fact that we have green trees over here and green over here, they're very different from one another. And we're keeping the painting interesting. Saw it this way in the reference photo, and I loved the diversity of trees. Here in Canada, we have quite a lot. It's one of those things where you look at a patch of these, and you might look at 8 different trees at the same time. It's great. Okay, I think we're just about done these applications. We might want to go on with a second layer, make sure it's nice and thick, but from here we can switch to a different brush and get some real detail work going. Now, said details will be accomplished with our little liner brush, and here you can see that I'm going to those bottom portions, and then I'll make all of these protrusions. Sometimes they will create brand new layers of branches with additional protrusions, but the idea is that we make these as small as we can for the most part. I'll go back over the prominent areas many a time. If you pick up a lot of paint, it can be difficult to get a really sharp application, but it does make it easier to get an opaque application. There's typically a good middle ground. I think we just found it. Up here was a little bit thick, but down here, I think I have the right amount of water. So we'll just make sure that we are full of details. It is a base layer. We will build on this. We can elaborate, we can add, but I do want it to be a strong base layer. I don't want to have to rely on the highlights and the shadows to build all of the intricacies. I might make these a little bit shorter than they need to be so that the highlights can really jump out, but aside from that, we're doing a lot of these nice little markings. There we go. I think once the edges start to look nice and sharp all around, the painting as a whole looks a lot better. And we're getting close. Look at this area in relation to this area. You can still see a little bit of that canvas. You have these strange shapes which don't necessarily match that of foliage. And it's an easy fix. Just a little drop down. Just a little marking here and there. Already so much better. Very good. All right, let's move on over to the other side. Now, I think we'll do this portion from a bit of an afar because getting that balance with both sides, detail-wise, is really what's important here. We have the general forms and we know that. We understand the application process through this, and that's pretty intuitive at this point. But what matters now is making sure that this side and this side feel like they properly exist in the same space. So lots of these protrusions starting on the right hand side, because that is where we will notice it the most, and we want to go in while we're fresh and while we're really excited about it, building off of the successes of these ones over here. And while I'm doing this, I might even jump back over here to do some bonus applications. Yeah, like that. And that's the beauty of all of this. We're constantly jumping back and forth and making sure that each element is an element we really enjoy. Okay. I like the bottom there. I like that a lot. I think we have a bit more foliage towards the top, and that works really well because it makes it feel full. Grand. We can have little trees, but these are in the foreground, and giving them that real emphasis can make it feel like an immersive fall painting. Okay, I think we did a good job. Now, before we move to the highlights and whatnot, there's a lot of open canvas down here in terms of bushes and all of that. This is a great pigment for it, and it's an easy way of bridging our top section with our bottom. So what we are going to do is we're going to take our larger flat-headed brush, same one we did the mix with. I'm going to block in a lot of this open space. As you can see, I like to wrap it around the canvas a little bit. I'm not going to be able to get those sharp markings down here, but that's okay. And then I might also just start this spot as well. Not going to do too much, but just enough. Wrap it around our tree. And then we'll go to the other side. Apologies for the sounds outside. There we go. Still a nice, relaxed painting session. There we are. Taking a step back, I think that adds a lot, though it does make me want to go in with the liner and refine the edges in the same way that we did the trees towards the top. So here we have some interesting dangling moss, foliage. Have it work its way around, have it work its way inwards. We just want to continuously find ways of making this nice and unique. Create a series of taps towards the bottom, little protrusions, areas that stick out, and if you look at this area versus this area, I think it already looks a lot stronger. We'll have it behind some of our trees, but overlapping others. There we go. We're also not done the bridge yet. There are a couple bonus steps that I'm excited to show you, but I think we needed to do this first. That means we can get back to the bridge soon. Now, I've been doing a lot of this from a distance so that you could see how it was all going to progress. But I do want you closer for some of the details. So I think that's our next step. I'm just going to bring you in, and we'll work on the other side together. I'll also show you how we add some of this greenery into the brick and make it look natural. So something I really like doing is little bridge points, and that means this will come down from the top here. We'll have lots of little dangling portions, but eventually we'll have a really big one. Maybe it'll connect to here and it'll find its way towards the bottom. Already significantly more interesting. We can run some of these through our brick, and with this I like to go over the grout. I might go into the slightly more watery mixture, that way I can get it really thin, but just a hint of it here and there can do a lot. And it makes the bridge tie in nicely with the surrounding foliage. So nice and easy. But we will go in with more of a thick application down here to build up our foliage, protrusions. We'll leave openings. Leave openings around this tree. It's a lot of tapping, which is really nice. I always find this to be such a relaxing part of the painting process, and one I often find difficult to stop, just because you start and you have a lot of fun and you don't want to put the brush down, and there's always another place you can tap on some detail. Eventually you have to, because there are more subjects to approach, but still, always just a very enjoyable section of the painting. Now we're just doing those nice little refinements. So we have a strong base there. Really like the details, like the color, like how it's compositionally moving the eye towards the center. Though we need depth, we need detail, and the next step to that is adding shadows. So very much akin to how we handled the background. We start with that mid value, then we added some shadows, then we add the highlights on top of that. Maybe multiple layers of highlights, but right now we are going to focus on the shadows and make sure that it's darker, or at least as dark as the dark values in the tree trunks, because they are existing in the same space perspective wise. They'll have the same amount of reflective light, and they should definitely feel cohesive in terms of value. Now here we have a very simple mix. We're going to grab some of our Mars Black. We're going to throw that into the current mix, provided it's still wet, make it a little bit darker, and this is what we're going back in with. So nice and easy. So when we look at these greens and we look at this tree, the tree is a lot darker. What we're trying to accomplish is bring those together value-wise by interjecting those shadows, and we're going to do so using the dry fan brush. We'll go in, as we've done before in our foliage, with this nice little tapped texture. And I really do think this is the best way in a lot of scenarios, not every scenario, but in a lot of scenarios, where we want a lot of detail with a wet into dry application. I really enjoy wet into wet for foreground foliage and then cleaning it up in this way, but I think when we have a lot of foliage and we need those incredibly sharp details in the background, this is pretty ideal in a lot of situations. I'm hesitant to say every situation. I'm hesitant to say always, because I do think painting is subjective. I do think there are 1,000 ways to do everything, and sometimes we do have a preference, and sometimes what's ideal is different. But for the most part, this is a pretty safe choice. Now we'll head up in the painting, and if you want, you can do a little bit of a drag to follow the general movements of these. So I do a tap and then I do a little drag. I do a tap and I do a little drag. Similar to how I made the protrusions. You don't have to, it can just be the individual taps. But if you wanted to have a bit more flair and be slightly more unique, I think that's a great way of going about it. And it's kind of funny, I was just mentioning, for the most part, going in with that tap, it works everywhere and it's great. But here is an immediate example of where there is slight variance and where that variance does have an impact. So we'll just be mindful, cognizant, and do our best to get a good mix of applications, despite having fairly similar subjects. There we go. All right, now we'll just take that same brush, that same pigment, we'll head on over to the other side of our painting. And these patches of foliage aren't directional in the way that the ones over here are, so I'm not going in with those lines. I am going for more of that cluster look, which we established in the background of the painting. So we are changing things here. I'm going for more of a rotation, lots of taps in every direction. I'm only using maybe a third of the brush to accomplish these taps, because the more of the brush we use, the more linear this looks. And even with a third of the brush, we're probably getting 5-10 markings on the canvas. So incredibly quick, nice and easy. There we go. Like that a lot. And in this big open space, we have a lot more room for being playful. And with that, I'm going to try to make a lot of the taps rounded and arched in the way that the foliage is. And then as we get towards this midsection, I try to make it a bit more horizontal. And then it starts to fall, so we'll make our taps vertical. And we're just following the foliage in all of the natural ways that we can. Just like so. And of course, more taps towards the bottom and in the more dense areas of foliage, because it will simply be darker and adopt more of those markings. Okay, now we'll take a step back. We'll take some of the darker mix that we have, and I'm going to tap this using the corner of the brush into the foliage that we have up here. And then I'm going to bring it down into this more foreground focused foliage. Right through there. This will have a nice reflection of it underneath. And we're going to paint water all around this, so the edges are going to get quite distorted. I'm not going to put a lot of time into crafting them now. We're just using bonus pigment that we have to set us up to do well in the near future. So again, more foliage to be right down here. Make sure it's nice and thick, make sure it has a good transition. Want these to be different from one another. Doesn't have to be dramatically so, but a little bit. A little bit goes a long way here. Can maybe do a bonus one right there. Okay. So I like this a lot. I think we're ready for the next step. So again, taking a step back, talking about next steps. I really like the base, I like the detail. It is time to add some highlights. Though before we do that, we do want to let it dry on our canvas. We don't want to mix our new bright, vibrant pigments with our darker pigments. At that point, we just get more mid values, and we already have those. So I'm going to let that dry. We'll head back into our palette. We'll make something brighter, more vibrant, more saturated than that which we've had before. I want to keep these fairly dark because I do like that contrast between them and the background, but I do think we can add some light. It will add some dimension, it'll add some detail, and again, we can make it even more vibrant. So let's hop into the palette and continue just making this the best painting we can. Now, as for our mix, my brush is still, despite being semi-clean, a little bit dirty, so I have Mars Black in it. I don't think we'll need any more than that. We'll grab our sap green, we'll thicken it and brighten it with titanium white. And again, we want this to be more saturated and brighter than our past greens in the background. So I'll add a good amount of our cad yellow deep hue. And this with the sap green is going to render something that acts as a great poppy, but also unique green in the painting. Then again, a bit more titanium white, thicken it, brighten it, desaturate it a little bit, that's okay. I think this is a great next step. So with this, we'll start off wide. We'll start off with the liner, and I'll just apply a little bit of this green on the tops of our trees, making drags and taps. But already, I think it looks better. One of those things where we just do a little layering here, a little layering there. It amalgamates, feels more three-dimensional, and all of a sudden we have this great subject. I'm going to do less of it as we move farther into the back because we're just not going to have as much light. So this is a powerful but not too used mix. And we might double down on the highlights we've already made that are out here because these areas will be significantly brighter. But there we go. So with this, again, we'll get closer. You'll really see the detail work. How a lot of these are not just taps, but mini strokes. From afar they might look like taps. And occasionally there are taps. But for the most part, you can see what we're doing. This is probably a little too big, a little too prominent, so I'm going to make it more subtle by introducing more greens in this area. That way it doesn't stand out as much, and then I'll also break it apart. If you apply too much highlight to any one area, again, it's okay, it's acrylics. We can always go back over it. Build it to be darker and then rebuild it to be lighter. Many stages to this. But again, I don't want too much. Now we're swapping sides as we do. We're adding highlight to the tops of our previous clusters and the sides that are closest to the light. I have another idea for the light. It isn't in the reference photo and it's quite different. I've changed the painting fairly dramatically. I think I'm going to wait till the end to try it just in case. I want to give you the regular lesson first, but I do think I have a pretty cool idea to make this unique and warm and something to take note of. There we go. I think I could make this tree a little bit more green as a whole. So I might do more of these taps. We have the red tree right behind it, so we will have that red and green complementary color situation. Have to be careful with that here and there, but I think if you get the right shades, it can work well. And I think these two are working together pretty nicely. As I get towards the back, I can tell this area is fairly dark. And I don't want it to become too dramatic, so I'm trying to get the majority of my paint off over here. And then once I do start to run out and I get that more watery, semi-transparent, semi-opaque mix, that's when I will move into this section. You'd also just make the mix on your palette darker, but I really don't think we have to. We just let our pigment run out, or we grab more water. We do get a more transparent look. We get our texture, but if you look at these applications versus these, they're very different. Yeah, I like that. Now, we'll head down in the painting. And we can do this either with the liner or we can go in with our fan brush. I'm going to try the fan. It's a little bit damp right now, so the bristles are mildly condensed, but not dramatically so. And we can start by applying this highlight towards the closest area of light. And then as we start to run out of paint, as it starts to dissipate, that's when I think we begin moving over here to this part that kind of drapes down and finds its way towards the edge of the canvas. Grab a bit more. I'm going to start in this bright spot. I just love this brush. It adds so much detail so quickly. Actually, just such a time saver. And by applying these randomly, we get a much more unique look than we would have if we tapped it all on with a liner, because the liner, it's intentional, which can be great for intentional detail, but in a lot of cases with foliage, you want it to be randomized. You want it to feel natural. So the back and forth, again, is what I strongly believe in. Especially when you want something to look nice and realistic. I think we're almost at the part where we re-enter painting the bridge. There are a couple more details that I really want to incorporate. Maybe we throw some of this in here too. Yeah, I like that. Get the majority of the pigment off of our brush in the bright areas. Then we can come back down into here. And I'm not going to approach this yet. I think we do that later and differently. There we go. Great start. All right, so now from here, we are going to head back into the bridge. I want to add a railing to the top of it. I also want to change some of the bricks to be different colors. I think having more of a dramatic contrast with those is going to bring the eye there. It's going to keep it there. The eye does innately go to the area with the most dramatic contrast. So we're going to try to bring that back into the bridge now that we know what the rest of it looks like. Now, as for a railing, I want two different mixes, both of which are burnt sienna heavy. Both of which have a good amount of titanium white, and we'll just do a nice clean blend. Then we go to Mars Black. One of them is significantly more Mars Black heavy than the other. So we'll go in with this as our base, and then we'll add our highlight with that, which is right next to it. But I think this should look quite nice. So we're going to start off here with that darker mix, just getting a little bit on our brush. We'll head right above our bridge, and we'll work this behind this tree, but in front of a lot of our other foliage. You can have it kind of get lost through there. Maybe a part is poking out on the side. Switch on over to our liner. Make sure it too is nice and damp. Want those nice condensed bristles. Then we'll start throwing in these vertical markings. And just like this, we already have a great new bonus form within that which we've rendered. We're going to let this dry, and then I'll head back in with some highlights. That said, while we do let it dry, we are going to take that same pigment, and I'm going to add some darker bricks, stones, into our bridge. And this is going to heavily increase the contrast within it. We'll add some extra variety and variance. I think something we really need to do was make this a more visually dramatic space so that it can compete with the colorful background. And already we're doing a good job. I like this a lot. If you ever feel like it's too bright, that's also okay. Or too dark, because we can move it in one direction or the other. There we go. Even from a slight distance, I think it's already pretty noticeable. And things are quickly taking a more diverse turn. I like to start by just doing a few of them, and then we expand slowly. No need to rush it, no need to incorporate this darker value through a dramatic amount. Sometimes you just need to do a little bit And right now I'm really just trying to do enough that it feels natural, feels good and cohesive. So, jumping around quite a bit. And I think we're actually pretty close. There we go. And this is one of those subjects you just keep applying until you feel like it's as full of that contrast as you want it / need it to be. And I think we're very close. It's one of those things where I think I'm finished, and then I take a step back, and then I just touch up a little bit more, and then I touch up a little bit more. And it's fun to just kind of watch it evolve over time. Again, jumping from side to side. I think I like the idea of this area being a bit darker, brick-wise, and then it opens up, gets brighter in the middle. I think that'll bring our eye in an intentional way. There we go. Maybe some soft applications, don't have a lot of pigment, but just a little bit. Diversifies it, but not too dramatically. Like that. Now yet again, we'll take that step back. We'll go in with our larger flat-headed brush. We'll create the top highlights for our railing, just via a collection of taps. Have it run through the back just a little bit. Double down on the areas that we like. But we're applying as little pressure as possible, because the more pressure we add, the larger these applications become, and we want them to stay nice and small. We can also go in with a liner to really touch it up. We want to make sure that our highlights are truly on the top and not in the middle of that darker mix. And this is typically how it goes. You start with a large flat-headed brush for a subject, you do the base, you do the block, and then you switch to the liner or the fan brush, even the smaller flathead for the details. Now I'm just applying a little bit of a highlight. I'm applying it to the side that's going to receive more light. Okay, so far subtle but nice. You can incorporate just a little bit more down here. That way it all connects. Very good. Now I think it's worth noting that not every area is going to be perfect. Here you can see a little bit of a dip. We can go in, we can try and fix that. I am going to. But even if it doesn't look absolutely pristine, I think that's fine. I think it just looks more natural and real in a lot of cases. So don't stress too much about that. And you can also use green painter's tape to create a line if you want to make it absolutely flawless, but I don't think that's necessary. We have the traceable, if we have a steady hand, we can get in, we can do a good job. So I like this, and I think we're ready for the next step yet again. Actually, you know what? I think we'll take the liner brush, some of this darker pigment that we have, and use it to maybe craft some extra branches. We don't have to. This is really just if you feel like you could use more in your painting. But I figure, it's probably the right pigment. We can tie it into our previous trees relatively easily. So maybe this is pretty useful. I'm going to try to crisscross these and make them nice and unique. Like so. Just do the little branches, the bonus guys, the ones that we didn't draw in initially because they're pretty minute. They're not going to have a dramatic effect. And they probably differ where they are depending upon all of your other decisions. But I'm just looking for open areas, asking myself, how do we expand on some of these trees? And I think it looks much more natural already. Add scale too. Every time you add a small branch, it makes your bigger trees, makes your bigger branches look bigger. Now I think we'll cut in between some of these collections of foliage. Doesn't have to be all of them. We want to change our markings often. We can build out into some of the branches or foliage that we have, but it doesn't necessarily have a branch connecting it. It's just kind of free floating. There we go. And again, this is going to look different on everybody's painting. Just try to add them in free space. And then if you have any large ones, we can go to the lighter mix. We can apply that to the sides. Build it into the tree just in case it's a little bit different from the tree mix. Just like so. There we are. Lots of little work, but it adds up. I really like it. So at this point, I think we have a good amount of details in the branches. We could do more. We'll probably do more. We'll probably do more highlights later on. But for now, I think it's time to jump into the bottom of the painting, start on those beautiful reflections. And with that, let's jump back into the palette. Now we have a lot of reflections in our reference, but I think we're going to start right back here and work our way forward. Now for that, we do need some greens, and we do need a good variety of greens. So I think I'm just going to create a bit of a line here on the palette. Make sure that it has a little bit of titanium white through all of it. Make sure that part of it has a lot of Mars black. And then it'll just progressively become less as we move this way. And as we get towards the end here, we can go with some extra yellow, white, just for some variance. That way we don't have a pure green. It's all a bit more interesting. So we're going to head into this today by grabbing some of that darker mix on our smaller flat-headed brush, and we'll just start crafting a nice dark base layer. Nothing too extreme. You can see that it's a little bit thin because I am using quite a bit of water on my brush. Then maybe we'll grab a slightly brighter highlight. We'll work that right in between, and this will be the start of the water. We can bring it down if we want, but I do want all of my brush strokes eventually, once applied, to move in horizontal directions. So I might apply it vertically and with swoops, but in the end I want it to be moving to the left and right. Then I think what we'll do is take a step back and we'll just make sure that we get this looking good with the rest of our surroundings. This is a subject where you would understandably want to be close because it's really close. There's a lot of detail, but we need to make sure that it looks good with this and this. So we are going to take that step back. I think I'll grab a bit more of that brighter mix, and I'm going to start applying that via small horizontal strokes into the foreground. We can do this wet into wet, we can do this wet into dry. If you're doing it wet into dry, I'd recommend just having some extra water on your brush. But the idea here is that we have the greens moving back and forth. We're really just reflecting greens at this point, and we will get into the other varied reflections, but I like this for now. We also wanted to get more and more bright as we get towards the bottom. because these highlights are brighter than the bottom portions. So we'll do so. And once we get to, say, this midpoint, we're going to want to create separations because we'll have tree trunks which will create darker shadows. So at a certain point, we essentially just go in with these lines. And this is what you saw drawn in the traceable. Just little lines of highlight here and there. We're making it all very subtle in the first couple of layers. But we'll expand soon. Really just want to make sure we have everything right. And this is our first area of water, so we're still just kind of figuring it out. Our patterns, how we want it to be perceived. We can go up here and we can start tapping on some highlights. So this is all horizontal strokes, where this is still that, and therefore not horizontal strokes, just little taps, little details above the water. Now we'll get a little bit closer again because we've established the larger movements. I think I'm going to throw a little bit of that darker mix back in between the areas without highlight. Lots of horizontal strokes there. And when it's really wet into wet, it can be difficult to change these colors and adapt them, but the more it dries, the more highlights persist and stay. So I think this top area has started to dry. I can go in with more of the brighter mix. This might be a little bit too bright, admittedly, but it might be great for the light hitting the edge of the water and reflecting. So I think we'll just incorporate a bit of it here. Make this bottom part brighter again. And again, it looks kind of abstract, but I think it also looks kind of great. Now I'll soften these highlights because it doesn't need to be that bright. There we go. I think that's quite a strong start. So from there, we'll grab our Mars black, a little bit more of that sap green, maybe a hint of our burnt sienna. And with our smaller flat-headed brush, we'll re-engage this nice rounded reflection. Now we have that moon shape, which I love. Always just such a romantic aesthetic. Need to make sure that it's also nice and thick, but so far so good. And because our water is moving, we don't want it to look perfect. I'll get you a little bit closer and I'll show you what I mean. So with this, we have this very sharp, clean edge, reminiscent of the top. It looks good, but it's not what we actually need. What we need is to go in with slight horizontal green markings, darker markings, and we need to kind of bring one of these into the other. We can even have hints of that green through here, but the idea is that we're softening it and that we're bringing more motion into it. We also, as noted, need multiple layers, so I'll just go in with that yet again. This is an opportunity to bring some of those darker values out into the open green spots as well, because we're not just bringing the green in, we're moving the dark out. That's a great first application. Hey there, welcome to a brand new day. I changed the sketch pretty dramatically at the bottom. I actually painted the bottom. I looked at it and I said, you know what? We can make this a lot better. So I resketched it. If you're up over on Patreon, I did add a bonus video where you can watch me sketching in. We talk about how I changed it, why I changed it. But you will see here today, even if you're on YouTube, what it looks like and how I went about it. We'll chat about it too. But we have a new bottom. I'm really excited about it. I think it looks good and it's going to diversify the image pretty dramatically. So with that, we are going to jump into the reflection of the bridge. We'll progressively work forward and yeah, let's jump into it. So here we have our new bottom to the painting. As you can see, initially we had the reflection go all the way to the left and the right. I did it, I liked it, and I thought it could be a lot better. I wanted to show you how we can improve it. So we have these lines of rocks that now work their way on both sides. Here we're either going to have a grass or a bush, and down here we still have that beautiful reflection of the top. We're going to paint the water first, and we're going to start with the bridge. So let's jump into this part of the sketch and our palette. So we're going to start with a lot of burnt sienna, a little bit of our cad red, our Mars black. Start with this earthy, desaturated pigment. We'll get some titanium white, Naples yellow, something akin to what we used initially for the first layer of the bridge, but we want this to be a little bit darker because reflections are innately darker than that which they reflect. So we'll just make sure that it's nice and fairly saturated. We'll make some areas that are a little bit darker and more rich, some areas that are a little bit brighter, and that way we can have some variance in our bricks. So jumping into this, I might take a little bit of that darker pigment and throw that along the edges of our rocks, maybe a little bit towards the top. But right now we are just filling in this area down below. And then in this intersection, that's when I'll grab the brighter variant of our mix. As you can see, this is brown, it is earthy, it matches the general feeling that we have from the top, but it is darker. That said, I think we can make it a little bit closer, a little bit more Naples yellow heavy even. So once I have this on and applied, I think we'll do our second layer, which we're going to have to do anyway because acrylic, as you can see, is innately just so thin. But we're off to a good start. Now we'll take some of that Naples yellow, just work that into our pre-existing mix, and I think this is layer number 2. Now you could wait for this to fully dry. Mine is partially dry, but as you can see, it's dry enough that we can get a good thick application. We're not ripping the previous applications off of the canvas, and that's what's most important through this. So we'll just use the sharp edges, work our way around, do horizontal applications in the end, that way they mirror the general movements of our bricks to be. And then we'll switch to our liner brush to start combining it with the reflection of the underside of the bridge. So here I'm taking that damp brush, I'm taking the pigments that we have, and I'm just going to create little horizontal lines that bleed and work into these areas. We can even take it in more so, and we can mix up a really dark variant, just grabbing some extra Mars black, and we can work this into the brown that we have as well. That way it's going both ways. Nice and easy. Now, once that's dry, we're going to go back and reapply all the little grout that we have up here. But we do want this to be dry first, that way we get a nice sharp application. Now, as for the grout, we're just going to make this pigment even brighter. We still want the burnt sienna, we still want a little bit of the Mars black, but we are leaning more and more into our Naples yellow. And we'll make it nice and thin, that way we don't ever pick up too much and create too large of an application. Now I'm going to begin by mirroring this little area with our liner. So I'll grab just a little bit of that and we'll start working that down here, same way that it did on the top. And as noted, I've done this before. I've completed the reflection. This is the second time, and the first time I did it, actually this is the third time, the first time I did it, this just didn't line up the way I wanted it to in the reflection. I should have resketched out from the traceable, but I have since learned how I really want, and I think I'll do a good job. Though again, if you are working from the traceable, I do recommend sketching it out from the original one, it is still correct and it will make your life a lot easier. So here I'm just creating that same look, but I'm making it mildly imperfect because it is a reflection of moving water. So we have that same idea, but it's also changing little bit by little bit. And we can also now take some of those highlights from the grout, because it is going to be on both sides, and we can work that into this area, but also into here. Both are important. There we go. You can double down on the lines that we really like, but you can already tell it looks nice and flowy, and that's the big goal. Now, if you look over there, you can actually see my partner also sketching in the background. Oh no, she's seen me. We've been found out. Hello, YouTube. Okay, back to the painting. Now, for this, we are going to grab our larger flat-headed brush. We are going to come down and we are going to mirror a lot of these horizontal lines that we had going on. So, if you remember, this is a lot of little taps. Sometimes I'll do a slight drag, but for the most part, I'm just trying to keep it very sharp. You could sketch this on again. I didn't the first time, and as noted, I had to redo all of it. So this is my third time doing it, and now I'm much more confident doing it. But we are just trying to get something quite similar to what we have up there. I think we're getting pretty good. One of those things where the first time you do something, it might not be perfect. The second time you do something, it might not be perfect, but every time you do it, you learn a little bit, you get a little bit better, and eventually you make it the way you really want it. So, I like those. Now we grab our liner. We'll create our separations, similarly to how we did before, but I'm making them less complete for the sake of it being a reflection. I'm adding little wobbles to some of my line work as well. And I also extended the bricks to get a little bit longer because the reflection will extend that visual minorly as well. Reflections are nice because you get to get a little bit more loose with the application and your brushes, but you can't get too loose, otherwise you lose the form and it looks unrealistic. So there's a middle ground, and eventually it becomes second nature, but just try to be mindful for the first couple of applications, and I think you'll really like what you come up with. Now from here, we'll mix some Mars Black with that which we've been working with. Want this in-between warm gray because we have a lot of these in-between warm gray bricks that we need to mirror, and that's what we're going in and doing. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but we want that general idea. And I'm going to jump around. I'm going to look at what's previously been done, and we'll just get something pretty reminiscent of the darker ones that we have above. Just like that. You can even go a little bit darker because there are going to be some which are significantly darker than others. And that's good and important. I already really like these. There we go. The ones around here, around the arch, are the most important because that's where you're really going to notice, but we are going to add some ripples in the water as well, so if things end up being pretty different by the end, that's okay, because we will be able to cover up the ones that we don't like or the ones that we don't feel like they work as well. So there's a good amount of leeway should we need it. There we are. Little touch-ups. Also trying to make them a bit more flowy so they're less structured. Sometimes we have little lines which also cut across. Remember, we are painting a reflection. Sometimes that means little bits of these will be doubled. So there's a brick and then there's kind of another piece of it that's right above or below because the water's moving up and it's catching that image twice. Might also just bring some of these in. All right, so I think we're off to a strong start. From here, we're going to work on a brighter color for brighter bricks. We want some darker, we want some brighter, and then we'll work on the top of the bridge, those two lines which will essentially separate it from the foliage. Now for this, we want something darker than what we're using in the grout, but brighter than all of our other brick colors. So there's Mars Black, there's Burnt Sienna, there's Naples Yellow. There's just not as much of it as what we have right here. I think this looks great. So with this, we'll simply grab our smaller flat-headed brush. We'll head in towards the center area because that's where we have the majority of the light up here. And we'll just start brightening some of these. Trying not to do too many beside each other. But I think just bouncing around is typically the best call for it. And while we are doing the rectangles, I'm also trying to create those elongated horizontal lines to skew it into other colors and areas to make it look like it's running water. So similar to that which has been done, but a little bit different. Then we'll make it slightly brighter yet again. We'll go in, we'll brighten some, but not all of them. Just build some extra diversity in the scene, like so. Then maybe we'll make a more burnt sienna heavy variant of exactly that. And we'll boost a couple of these. But the idea is that we're just looking for more variance and making this midsection brighter than it was. Not too tricky. And already, I like that a lot. All right, now we'll take a step back and we'll mirror this portion that we have up there. I'll grab some Mars Black, Burnt Sienna, a little bit of our Naples Yellow, Cad Red. Have this good dark mix. I'll make my brush pretty damp so we can apply it sharply. And then I'm going to actually make my bricks a little bit smaller by going over it, but you can do it right underneath should you want to. And this is a pretty easy process. Then we'll make a brighter mix. So add some Burnt Sienna, Naples Yellow, Titanium White. That should do a pretty good job. We'll apply that right below it. And just like that, we should have fairly good mirror representation of what we have going on at the top. I might take some of this and just work it in here for the sake of making sure it is fully cohesive. And I might make it a little bit brighter as well on the very top of it, just because we will have more light there up here and it creates that reflection. So it should feel pretty natural. Now you see this little bar right here? We're going to forget about that for now. We're going to head up to this greenery and start with that reflection next. Now, from there, again, taking that step back, I want to be able to look at this while I paint this. So wider shot, we're going to go in with mid values to it, similar to how we did it the first time. And we'll start with some of our sap green, a little bit of titanium white, Mars Black, maybe some Naples Yellow to desaturate, a little bit of Cad Yellow to make it warmer, a little bit more of a deep green. And already, I think it's pretty close to what we used initially for the base there. I can tell that it's close. It's a little too saturated. So we'll add some titanium white, some Mars Black. We'll go up, we'll test again. The beauty of doing reflections is that you've already rendered a lot of these pigments, and you can kind of test them elsewhere in the painting. Need more titanium white, and I think this is perfect. So we'll apply it down here, right along that line. Doesn't have to be perfect because this is a reflection. Keep reminding yourself that so that you don't over stress about it. But from there, we'll bring this down. You can see that I have a little drawn line of green. That way I know essentially where this is going to end, but I want to bring it slightly farther than that because I want to blend into it with our orange. So we'll just use the sharp edges of this brush to cut along the edges of our rock. So far a good start. Now I'll make my brush relatively clean. It can be a little bit muddy because realistically we're blending into this anyway. And I'll mix in orange using our Cad Red, Cad Yellow, about double that in Cad Yellow than our Cad Red because the Cad Red is a lot stronger. Here I'm actually going in with a triple the yellow. Then we'll desaturate it with Naples Yellow, Titanium White, Mars Black, and we can add some burnt sienna because that's earthy and relatively orange as well. This is probably still too saturated, but we'll give it a test up here. And as expected, it is too saturated. So what do? We add titanium white, like so. We can add a little bit of Mars Black, like so. Go in for another little test. It's better, it's not there yet. A lot more titanium white. More Mars Black. See, we're just doing trial and error until we get what we really want. I can tell this is far too bright. And now it might be too gray, but I think this goes to show that you don't always mix your colors exactly the same every time, and that's okay. Sometimes it requires a back and forth. Here, more Cad Red, more burnt sienna. I made it a little too bright, a little bit too desaturated. So initially it was too saturated, now it's too desaturated. We're going back and forth. Oh, we're really close. I like that. We're almost there. But I think patience really is the key to color mixing. There we go. Surely this is what we're looking for. Yeah, okay, I like this a lot. Let's make it our next color. Remember, we're going to build highlights and shadows onto it, so it doesn't have to be exactly perfect, but it needs to be close. And we'll bring this to here. And then we'll bring it up because it gets to this. We'll just paint that back on over after. But now we have our orange, we have our green. We probably want them to blend a little bit, so I'll go back to my green and I'll just create this transitional space. And I'll end it with horizontal streaks. That way it matches the movements of the water to be. Now we'll take a step back yet again. I'll grab more of my Cad Yellow, mix that just with a hint of what we had before. Our Naples Yellow, our Titanium White. Beautiful pigment right there. And we'll work this into the bottom. We never actually see the blue that's at the top here. We don't get that much of the reflection. It kind of stops right here. So we'll interject the blue through little taps of playful water, but for now, this is actually as high as we're going to get. So we'll work this in. We'll create a transitional space between that and the orange, because there's a little bit of a pitter-patter between the two of them. This will look pretty unfinished initially, and that's okay. Just make sure that you have nice, thick layers, and you'll be in a really strong spot moving forward. We also need to still incorporate the red from our trees here, the green. So we're just getting started and layering in those nice bases. As for application, just so you can see it, again, we have our yellows horizontally, moving that into the oranges. And actually, I like this a little bit better now. I think that that blend complemented the orange that we had in a dramatic way. But we want this to be nice and thick. So a little more of our titanium white, grab a bit more of that yellow. You can see how this varies from this. Titanium white makes it thick. Oh yeah, that's beautiful when blended with the rest. And we have more yellow over here than we do over here. There we go. Soft strokes. Grab more of our green because we only put one layer there. And as we continue to add our green and our yellow, our orange disappears. So you know what? We can mix more of that yet again. So we're going back and forth quite a bit. I think it's really paying off. Here it's a bit brighter than it was, but I think I like that. And all of this layering, while initially messy, will build it up into being something we can all really appreciate later down the line. So from there, we are just going to let that fully dry, and then we'll go in with our next layer. We really do want to make sure that we can't see any of the canvas through all of this. It's just going to look a lot more professional. It's more in line with realism. I think having thin layers can be great for various types of painting, but I do think for realism, having a good thick base can be pretty strong. So we're just doing that, adjusting the colors a little bit, and from there, I think we have a great base. Now, as you can see, I did mix up some of the red from the tree above, and I'm working that into the reflection as well. I feel like I have a nice thick base for all of it, and we can start to work in the red, but I don't want too much. And when I do this, I am going to switch on over to the liner. I'll grab some of the orange that I ended up working with. I'll do little taps and drags inside of that red, as you can see. Just have it kind of pitter patter in and out as water brings one color into the next. There we go. And that transition, that subtlety, is really what makes this special. When we get close to us, we'll see the water move much more dramatically. And we'll get less and less of this orange as we move backwards, because there just won't be as much of that orange and yellow through here. We will see it, and we'll see it through the trees, and it'll bleed, but not so dramatically. So I like this a lot. I think it's a strong start. We can also take a little bit of our red with our liner and create more intentional and distinct markings. Little notes of it through there, reflecting almost individual pieces of foliage, but it could also be a ripple in the water, and the ambiguity makes it so much more neat. I love that. I love this section. There we go. Good start to this side. Now I think it's time to work in some of the tree trunks as well. Now we'll use our larger flat-headed brush for the mix. We'll grab some of our burnt sienna, Mars black, titanium white, more burnt sienna, maybe a hint of our cad red, and we'll work on this nice reflective color for these and these. I'll apply it, not with the larger flat-headed brush, but with our smaller flat-headed brush. That way we can render some additional detail in there. And with this, we start there, and then we'll move here, like so. It's a bit thicker than that, a bit wider. So I'll go in again, and again. We don't want our edges to be perfect. We want it to be larger up here than it is down here. We also have this one. We're just putting our bases in first. It's going to look pretty rough for a little bit, but don't worry. That is just part of the process. Made my brush a little bit more damp so I can get a more clean marking on the canvas. Go back over this. Build up the middle to be a bit darker. But I will keep the edges slightly less opaque for now. And I'll show you why in a second. But we also have this tree right here. I might blend the edges a little bit to make them less opaque too. But so far I think this looks really quite good. There we are. Now, while things are still wet, we'll move up close. We might grab a little bit more of this, we might not. And we'll create those lines which move in and out. We don't want to make them too big. We do want to make sure that we're moving the yellows and the oranges in, that we're moving the darker browns out. And here you can see that sometimes I do make too much of an elongated movement, but we kind of save it through additional taps, little drags. And this is how we make it look like water. And we'll move those in as well. The individual lines that you can still see look great because they act as bark, or the subtle reflection of it. Work on this. There we go. Sometimes the first couple of applications look a little scratchy and unfinished. That's okay. We just kind of keep going until we find what we really want and grab more of our yellow. Work that in and over some of the brown. Sews it well. There we go. Taking a step back, I think it's looking pretty good. This is all still fairly reflective, so we're not seeing it as naturally as it could be seen, and that's just a consequence of working with acrylics and them being wet, but as it dries we'll see it a bit more properly. And if you're ever confused about an area because it's wet, you can either rotate around the canvas, and that can help, but in addition you can just wait for it to dry. And that's what I'm opting for here. While we do so, I'm just going in and heading to the other side, adding some reds into this application, taking the browns and moving them outside of it. And the more we do this, the quicker we get. So just like that, I'm happy with that area. We could have another little one kind of protruding for the sake of our tree up here. This is just little taps. Nothing dramatic. Okay, now we'll take another step back. I'll grab my larger flat-headed brush, make sure it's nice and clean. And you see all of the greens that we have here, 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 these guys, we need those incorporated as well. So we'll grab some of our sap green, titanium white, Mars black, Naples yellow, Cad yellow, deep hue. Just recreate that which we were working with. And it's not that saturated, but it can be a little bit more saturated because these are closer. It can also be a little bit darker. Not dramatically so, but we'll do a little test. It's close. I think we go a little bit darker again. I think that's perfect. As for our application, grab our smaller flat-headed brush because we want more detail work. We're going to have this branch worked in. Again, I think this is in the sketch roughly, but we'll just work this through a lot of little taps. And we have the area right under it, this guy. Just painting upside down essentially, that which we've done before. Leaving little openings because of the water. And these connect pretty decisively through right here. We have a little guy above. We can work him in. And then below it, we have this one, which doesn't extend as far, but it's still important. Still plays a good role in the painting. And this one goes behind here. So while these moved over top, this one is stopping behind the tree, and then it'll pick up again on this side. Till we reach here, at which point it can overlap that. But any areas you don't love of this, you can cover up with more movements from here, from the oranges and the yellows, or you can wait a little bit and we can cover it up with additional rocks or just other subjects. We're in a very malleable space in the painting where we're going to be allowed to make a lot of creative decisions. I'm really excited about it personally. We're just starting. This is just the base, but I can already see it working out well. Now we'll grab some more. We have a little bit sticking out in these areas, and I think right towards the bottom there's a little bit of green in this guy. And then there's another little bit of it up here. And we have some kind of back and forth in these spaces. But try to make sure that the edges are nice and tapped with the corner. That way they're not too big and they're sharp, cohesive with the rest of our greens. Like so. There's a lot of blending happening in the areas that are still wet. So I'm going to go back and double down on some of the areas that I really do want to be green and not a combination of green and yellow or green and orange. I think we essentially figured it out. And you know what? This is actually this. So it does go over the tree. I got a little confused. But it's an easy fix. We just apply that extra paint. And then this little guy is down here because it overlaps the green, which is here. So that makes sense. There we go. It's also a little more subtle as it's far away. Now we'll get a lot closer, grab our liner, and much like we did before, we'll incorporate some extra little taps, good little reflections and movements in the water. I'm going in with the green first because I have the green readily available on my brush, but you can also interject some oranges or reds on top of it. The process, choosing which one to do first, doesn't really matter that much. Just making sure that we do all of it. So we'll start there, head on over here, have some extra little taps, have some more horizontal lines. That's really what this is missing for the most part. Go back in and refine some of the inner portions. Honestly, it's already looking pretty nice. We need texture, we need depth, we need detail, we need shadows, we need all of that. But as for the base, I'm pretty happy. We'll grab some of our yellowish orange, Naples yellow, just some of the colors that we've worked with previously in these areas. And we'll work it in between some of our applications. Like that. Doesn't have to be a massive amount, just needs to be enough to show the larger movements in the water. Need to be careful over here because we have the red, but we can go back and do this with red as well. It's all a back and forth. There we go. All right, so we have a very basic but well-colored base. I like how thick it is, I like the general movements, it's a good reflection, but it's time to add some detail, make it dimensional. So we're going to head in to our palette, render some shadow pigments, and start tapping those onto the water. It's gonna get pretty neat pretty quick. So for this, we want a green, but we want it to be darker than that which we just had. So I'll actually mix on top of it. This is fully dry on the palette, so I'm not worried about it blending, but this is mostly sap green, Mars black, hint of titanium white, maybe a hint of Naples yellow. Then we have this more burnt sienna mix, and you know what? I was going to mix it while we did this, but this is all dry. So I need to add some more to my palette, and it's probably for the best because we should probably focus on that first. Now for the application, we're going to go back to our dry fan brush, a brush we've used before but not for a little while. We'll grab just a little bit of that pigment and we'll just start tapping that onto the greens we've previously rendered, making sure that we have a good speckling. And I'll move some of them on top of the bridge just a little bit because we are going to have that work its way over there through the moving water. Now I'll do more towards the sides because it'll just be darker around there, a little bit more through here, and then as I start to run out of pigment, that, as you know, is when we move into the larger open areas in the negative space. We can bring it even a little bit, just a little bit, over our oranges, because we will need those transitionary dark values in the same way that we needed our transitionary lighter values. So just make sure this has a good application, and we can move on to the next mix. Actually, you know what? While we have this mix and this brush, we should apply this into the darker greens that we have down here and over here as well. So this is actually going to save us a lot of time later on, the fact that we can do both of them at the same time. Couldn't really do so up above, but just because of how we're layering this, it actually works nicely. So lots of those intentional textural shadows. These are just the inset areas that can't receive light, and there are also areas of water that kind of move up and back down, but it's the backside, so they also don't have light. So it's a bit more complex, but looks great. And it's going to look a lot better once we have the highlighted details worked in. Now from here, we need to mix a darker pigment for the oranges that we have in the painting as well. So with that, I'm actually starting with the burnt sienna because it adopts Mars black really well. titanium white because we want to desaturate it, a little bit of Naples yellow because that also desaturates it, but it keeps it warmer. And here we have the original orange that I ended up going with. So I'm mixing right beside it to make sure that that which I mix now is in fact in that right direction. And I don't know that I'm going to use much, if any, of our cad yellow, maybe a hint of our cad red, but this as a whole is probably just right. It's good, it's earthy, it's darker. If anything, we can make it a little bit darker, but if we do that, I think we do so once we try it on the canvas. So from here, we are going back to that fan brush, and we are tapping this into those pre-existing areas. I'll bring it into the greens because they both need to overlap each other, the greens into the oranges and the oranges into the greens. And this is a great step forward for detail, though it's also worth mentioning that I did clean my brush in between this application and the greens that I applied initially. So that just meant adding some water to the brush and then taking all of it off and drying it, because if this brush is wet, we get condensed bristles, and I don't want condensed bristles right now. I want individualized bristles. We can also use this for a lot of our reds, which is really nice. I'm gonna have a lot of detail in this water by the time we're done. There we go. Now we'll make our final warmer but shadow pigment, and that's going to be for our yellows. I'll mix that right here. I'll grab our Naples yellow, titanium white, a little bit of cad yellow. We'll darken it with a hint of our burnt sienna, a hint of our Mars black. And Mars black and cad yellow can render a green, but because we have the Naples yellow and the burnt sienna, I think it should be okay. And I think this color is actually pretty perfect. Now from here, we'll grab it and we'll just tap that into our oranges, over some of our greens, and finally into our yellows. Nice and easy, cohesive, and we just get better and better at the process because we've done it a couple of times with quite a few mixes throughout this painting. You know, we're down here doing this for the third time in this area, but we did it up top as well. And we can even use this as some of the highlights for our greens, should we want to. And those just go on the bottoms of these green structures because it's on the tops up above, and it's essentially reversed, right? So we'll just throw some of these on. Early intro to our highlights, which is fun. Already looking really good. Okay. With that, I think we have our shadows in. It's time for the next step. Okay, so shadows are looking good. At this point, we do move on to our highlights, and we need highlights for our greens, our yellows, and our oranges. On top of that, we're going to apply it with a slightly different technique. Same brushes, but we'll make sure that the fan brush is wet so they condense bristles, and we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here. So let's head back into the palette, mix the colors, and then we'll jump into the canvas. Now we're starting yet again with our greens. So I'll grab some of my sap green, put that over here, grab some of our Naples yellow to brighten it, a little bit of our cad yellow to saturate it, make it warmer, hint of our titanium white, thicken it, and some Mars black, because admittedly I do think this is a little bit too bright. It just needs to be brighter than that which it's above. So we'll go back and forth with these till we have a good amount of paint, but also the right paint. And I'll spread it fairly thin, so I'm really moving it out on the canvas. That way when I pick it up with a fan brush, I don't pick up too much of it and I don't make too large of an application. So we're jumping back into this with a damp fan brush. As you can see, the bristle is really condensed and we only have a couple of these forking options. I like that because it'll render a larger application for our leaves. We'll start by applying these towards the tops of our greenery. We'll overlay it a little bit with our oranges. We'll work that along the edge, and then as it starts to dissipate, as we get a less opaque, a more watery application, we'll start to move downwards. And as you can see, first application, not that dramatic. We'll go in with a second, we'll build it up, doing slight rotations in the air, making sure that we cover a good amount of this, but we're still leaving those darker applications showing through in a lot of portions. They are still important. And then once we have a good base of this, you can see that I've done it a couple of times until we can take real note of it, until it's reminiscent of that which we have on top. Once we have all of this, and we're very close to that, I'm going to switch my brush on over to the liner. I'll make it slightly brighter. Naples yellow, a little more of our sap green, a little more of our cad yellow, like that. And I will tap on individual highlights towards the tops. These are much more intentional markings. And then we'll work our way in. I'm predominantly trying to work over previously applied highlights that we did with a fan brush. And I'm doubling down on that which we know works. But then I'm also occasionally making these horizontal. So same what we did with the initial applications. We can run some over here. So we have the taps and we have the horizontal marks. It's the combination of the two which will make this really work as a painting long term. And then subtle little pieces. There we go. Like that a lot. We can also take this, we can take the darker part, we can take this and we can work that onto these green branches. I'm not using the fan brush for this because I do want it to be a bit more intentional, and it's not that much space, so it doesn't take that long to accomplish that which we need to do. But already it's looking a lot better. Here I'll just move the camera back for you to make sure that you can see everything we have going on here. Add in those greens to the tops. Incorporating horizontal markings. It's all getting pretty intuitive, and that's wonderful. Going in with a second application. We went in with a lot of applications there. Should at least have two when it comes to our greenery and the highlights. There we go. That's great. Okay, now we'll mix up our orange highlights, which we'll start with this burnt sienna, Naples yellow, already beautiful. We'll grab some cad red, and a little bit of titanium white. I feel like the orange on our painting has a bit of a pink leaning, so the cad red and the titanium white will get us there, but I think the burnt sienna and the Naples yellow is what's making it a really nice earthy orange. You know, a hint of our cad yellow deep, but let's give this a try. I think that looks really nice. Now here we could use the fan brush, but I think I'm actually going to go in with the liner just because I want a bit of extra control, and especially in the start of this. So I'm going to tap these on, and already I love how it bridges into our more yellow section. I think that's great. Let's try to get some sharp applications. This is a great brush for sharp applications. However, just being realistic, the fan brush can make a smaller application than any other brush. So you want to press not too hard with this if you're going for those really sharp markings. So I think we're doing a decent job. I can tell the orange goes on a bit of a slant like that. So I'm trying to recreate that here. And then we'll start bringing it in. And because I have that larger movement and now this larger movement, I think we can switch on over to the fan brush and just make a lot of applications quickly. So make sure that's nice and damp. That way we have our condensed bristles. And we'll just start tapping these on as we do. You can bring them into the greens a little bit. Very good. Actually looks really nice on the greens. Okay, extremely happy about that. I'll just let it dissipate as you move that way. Go back in again. Excellent. Okay, I think now we'll mix up more of our red highlights. So Cad Red, Burnt Sienna, Titanium White, hint of Mars Black, but not much. We'll go in with our fan brush. We'll test it up here. I like how it works. I like how it looks. We'll do that through here. Already quite nice. And then we have our yellows, which are going to be even brighter, even more saturated. I'm going to clean my brush well for this. But we'll grab some of our Cad Yellow. We'll grab a little bit of our Titanium White. And I'll be honest, I think this is all I want the mix to be, because we're going to apply it over this color, which is going to darken it and desaturate it anyway. So I'm not going to darken or desaturate it on the palette. It's important to remember that the pigment that you render on the palette is often not what you're actually going to see on the painting, and that it's a combination of what you see on the palette and what you see in the painting already, because it is the underlayers showing through in a lot of cases. Then we have the yellows showing through over here, looking absolutely stunning. Love that. Very pretty. We work it down here, get that diagonal of the orange. This came together so well. One of those things, you have a vision for it in your head, and as noted, I've done this before. This is a lot better. Sometimes the second, third time you do it, it just dramatically improves. I think I want my green to be a little bit brighter now that it's had some time to dry, and you know, we'll always make these micro adjustments, but really, really happy with how this is turning out so far. Okay. There we go. Now, while I do feel like it's looking strong, I think there's also a lot we can still do. Grab some titanium white, work that into our yellow mixture, add in some of those horizontal markings. They get a little bigger in the foreground. Looks a lot more like water when you do this. There we go. It's a lot of layering, going back and forth. Okay, now we'll take a real step back here. Switching back to the larger flat-headed brush, I'll grab some of our burnt sienna, Naples yellow, a little bit of Mars black. We'll mix up a fairly bright brownish yellow, much akin to what we have up here. I can even test it, and that does look like what we're looking for. So here I'm going to reinstill some of that pigment on the top, and then I'm going to reinstill what was drawn quite a while ago, and that's the railing from up here. Now this pigment can be made a lot brighter, and that's good. We want the first application to be more subtle, so it has that room for growth. We'll switch to the liner for the more vertical markings, like so. And I like that a lot. Okay, let's get you a little bit closer. From here, we'll grab some extra titanium white, Naples yellow. We just brighten it up a little bit with our brush. Make sure that our brush is nice and damp. We can get a clean, sharp line. And we will just tap these new highlights onto the bottom of the line we just created, because it's on the top of this one, so it's on the bottom of this one. It's just reversed in the reflection. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It's better if it's imperfect through here. Grab a little bit more with the liner, incorporate that on some of the sides here. You don't have to. There we go. Already liking that a lot. Let's incorporate some horizontal markings, just so that we show that it is water and it's moving. You can take this pigment and incorporate in some of our greens and make those horizontal as well. It's all building. There we go. We're going to incorporate some of the ripples, like what we can see in this reference photo right here. Not that many of them, but this is the general idea where light is hitting the tops and jumping through and around our water. So for this, we'll grab just a little bit of our titanium white, hint of our Mars black, a little bit of our ultramarine blue, render a pigment that's close to that of what we have in the sky. Can be a little bit more gray though. So a little bit more Mars black, maybe a little bit more blue, but less titanium white for sure. And then we'll switch on over to our liner brush. We'll grab this and we'll head towards the bottom first, and we'll create these little horizontal movements which work in this rounded motion from the center and sprawl this way. We'll leave openings. We'll have it overlap our greens, our reds, our yellows. We'll just show that there's movement in the water. You can see initially there's very little space in between these, but there is space. And then we'll move that to the other side. I might leave some of the yellow open in the middle here. At this point we're kind of freestyling. I'm not working off of a specific image, just the idea. We can throw some of it over here. trying to keep you far away, at least initially, so you can see the general spacing. I think that's more important than the actual horizontal markings and seeing the technique there, because it's pretty self-explanatory. And we can do little ones off to the sides, like that. So once we do get the larger motion and the idea of it, which I think we have, I will get you closer and we will talk about the actual taps and the spacing more so. So here we are, quite a bit closer. We'll also now start moving it back, and these taps are as small as I can make them. I'm applying very little pressure with my brush. We're leaving an opening here, there's an opening here. You can see that as we get towards the sides, there's less of it. We just have the light from the sky on the areas of water that are raised, that trickle. Trying to go back to past applications that might have wider edges and make them sharper. See that? Make them a bit more horizontal, make them a bit more opaque, make them a bit more professional. And we'll continue. I think we'll have a protruding rock right here, and a lot of water will build up along that edge in a similar way. So we'll just tap that along here. Same thing will happen on this edge. Wherever we have a protruding rock, we'll probably have some of this water which gets a bit more dramatic in movement, and then it can find its way out into the middle, like so. Get a bit more. I think I'll start combining some of these areas through here. That way it's not too messy looking. The eye also won't be able to pick up all of the detail because it's not that close to us. It's close, but it's not that close. So we'll see a lot of the detail, but in a lot of cases it will also amalgamate. And as we do amalgamate it, it looks a lot better. You really notice when we take a step back, but for now, I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. Then we'll move it into the background. Lots of these little lines and taps. And we'll connect this with which we have in the foreground. All this gleaming little highlight. There we go. Again, up close, it looks a little abstract, but when we take those steps back, I think it's going to look beautiful. I'm just trusting the process right now. One of those things where you get so into it, kind of forget that I'm making a video. Just a lot of fun. Okay. With that, I think we're just about ready to take that step back and see what we need to do differently. See what's working really well. And just do that self-critique. I say that and then I just keep painting. Again, it's really hard to stop sometimes. Just love it. Good morning and welcome back to the painting. It's the first day of fall. It's very rainy, spooky outside, which is kind of perfect for this painting. Definitely inspired, and admittedly, looking at it this morning, I want to redo the bottom inch of the painting. I really like all the techniques we did. I just felt like I may have overdone the amount of white that we added in that, especially in kind of the widespread nature. So we're going to start this morning with a little bit of a time lapse. I'm just going to fix it up, taper it in, and then together we'll move on to a new step. But at this point, we really are just refining that which we've done with all of our past techniques. That might mean adding more of the white, making it more horizontal. It might mean taking it away by going in and re-interjecting the yellows or the oranges. But at this point, I think it is looking really good as a whole. I'm excited, just needs a little bit of refining, and then we'll step into some bigger steps together. So, taking a step back, I think that looks a lot better. Really, at that point, we were just going over it, switching a lot of the taps with the white for elongated lines and re-interjecting more of the actual color. That said, I do think it might be a little bit too bright, so our next step is going to be a wash. You don't have to do this if you're very happy with it. It's just if you want an adjustment to the color, whether you want to change the color, you want to darken it, you want to brighten it, washes can do all of that. But I think we're going to head back into the palette. We're going to make a nice, slightly darker wash, and we'll implement that. Though you do want to make sure that your base is fully dry. That way we're not picking up any of the past paint. Okay, so at this point, we've waited a bit. This is fully dry to the touch. We'll grab our larger flat-headed brush, make sure it's nice and wet. You can see it's basically water. And for a wash, you can change it to any color you want. We can make it more blue, we can make it more warm. I'm going to make mine a little bit more green. I'm going to desaturate that green just a little bit, so I'll add titanium white, Mars black. We do have to be careful with the titanium white when we do this because it is very thick and it can thicken our pigment. But here I basically just have colored water. It's a lot like watercolor. And I'm going to apply it here because I feel like this is just a little too bright and I want it to be more cohesive. I'm going to start on the side because it's just a bit safer. And then I'll work it in. As you can see, when we layer it over the white, understandably, it turns green. That's okay, we can go over it with a white again, should we want to. But I do think this is a really nice unifying application, as it is meant to be. If you want, you can make it a little bit warmer, so I'll grab some burnt sienna. We can go in with multiple colored washes, should we want to. And I'll apply that right over here. Just up like that. Again, very unifying. Already like it a lot better. Let's get some extra Mars black. Make that very watery. Everything on my palette is fully dry, by the way, so I'm not mixing with anything pre-existing. And I'll just apply this darker value on the edges and work that in, because we will have shadows from the surrounding rocks. As always, apologies if my hands move over the sight line a little bit of the camera. I'm trying to be mindful, but sometimes it can be a little tricky. We can create horizontal lines if we want to, much like the white ones in the middle. We can make those with these. There we are. And now I think it works a lot better. From there, we can let it dry, add another layer if we want, or we can go back over those brighter areas in the center with more of a highlight. Really dependent on how you want to proceed forward with it. There's no right or wrong. I think I'm going to get a little bit more burnt sienna though. Work that over the middle. Just like so. Now we'll get a little bit closer. We'll mix our titanium white, our ultramarine blue, just like so. And we can re-instigate some of the highlights that we have here. Initially, again, these were done through more taps, and then I realized as I continued painting it that I much preferred them as these elongated lines, larger in the middle, tapering on the edges. Just think it looks a little cleaner. We already have a very busy area of water, and the other application style wasn't wrong. It's just about balancing it with the rest of the image. And I think this is a better balance with everything else we have going on. So, I like this a lot. Definitely an improvement. We won't do too much of it. See that I'm bouncing around quite a bit, and intentionally so. Though if we want, once we reinstigate this, if we feel like it's too dramatic, we can add another wash, or we can just let it be. That's the beauty of acrylics. You can go back and forth time and time again until you get what you're really looking for. Here I'm just trying a very elongated application. Seeing how we feel about that. Now from there, I felt like I needed a fresh perspective, so I took a step back. I handed the palette and my brush to my partner, and she went in with another green glaze over that midsection. This is to further desaturate a lot of the oranges and the reds that stood out just a little bit too much. I think if we make this a bit more green gray than anything, it'll actually be quite strong and it won't compete with the top in such a way. So once that's done and once we're happy there, she went in with the liner brush and started re-adding some highlights, though she did it a little bit differently than I did, in that I started with a tap and then I switched over to the elongated strokes, where she's doing both on top of each other. And I actually really like this technique. I think it gives us the larger movements that we want, but it also adds detail and texture into them. So that's how I would recommend continuing, and I'm going to continue with that idea, with that technique with you right now. So as noted here, great example, we have the horizontal markings, but I'll also grab some bonus titanium white, work that into the blue mixture, and I'll just do some taps in the middle to give it that texture. And then I'll also create a couple on the outskirts once I've started to run out of pigment on my brush. And the combination of these two is making it much, much better. You can also see how there's very little orange and red in here now. We amalgamated a lot of those colors with the green washes, and I like that. If you want a more subtle water, river reflective area, I think this is the way to go about it. If you want a more saturated way of going about it, just don't do all of these bonus washes that we did. Again, I don't think either are right or wrong. It's more of a subjective personal preference kind of thing. But I think this is nice and glowy. It's different from the top, but it's reminiscent of the top. I think we've finally found what I was looking for. It's one of those things where I painted the water 3 different ways now, and going into it, I didn't have a proper reference that I was super happy with, so I just kind of had to figure it out, try a couple of things, and eventually we got there. But it does go to show that you don't always get it the first time, and that's okay. You just keep painting until you do figure it out, and eventually you end up with something that makes you really happy. So here, a line, but it's done in taps. Tapped line, tapped line. I think this is really interesting now. Might gray this orange out a little bit. The taps dissipate as you move farther into the back because we're just not going to see that much detail that far away. There are hints of them, but it's not too much. There we go. So mine ended up being a bit more of this gray green, but Looks nice, looks realistic, looks a little hazy. Looks like fall. That's what we're aiming to render here. There we go. Something else you can do, you can take your titanium white, you can put that into your blue, you can make it a very watery mix. You can peel back your bristles. You can make all of these little shimmering areas, just like that. Take that away. Can't see the darker easel with the same splatters, and I think that looks pretty beautiful. There might be a little too much up here, at which point I'll just rub those off. But as a whole, I like that a lot. All right, so we've spent quite an abundance of time working on that reflection there. Really like where it ended up. Again, we opted for a darker version with a bit more of a gray in it. The yellows, the oranges, quite subtle at this point, and I like that. Though, it's not wrong if you want it very saturated and you want the yellows and the oranges to be the prominent feature. Really work on it until you like it. At that point, I think you've found success. And with that, I'm happy to move to the next step. So we are going to head to the right and left and start applying some new paint. Let's jump into it. So from here, I'm gonna get nice and close. We'll grab some of our Mars Black, some of our burnt Sienna, a bit of titanium white, Naples yellow, yellow ochre, and then back to the burnt sienna. I want this to be pretty burnt sienna heavy, but I want it to have the yellows. And this is going to occur, this is going to be placed right behind the rocks we are going to paint in. And I want to paint this first because I want the rocks to be layered on top of it. So I'm going to paint it around a lot of our rocks, like so. You can see it's a little bit thin. I do want this to be nice and thick. So I think we'll go in with a second layer, but I'm going to let this dry first. And if there are brush strokes, if it's a little choppy, if there are taps, that's actually great because I want there to be texture in the ground there. I will take this pigment and then I'll head on over to the other side. Already I like this a lot too because it works really well with the browns in the brick. The larger flat-headed brush is great at just cutting along all of these sharp subjects. And this is going to be some mud, some dirt. We'll layer on top of it later on, and we'll transition it into a green, which, you know what, honestly, we could do right now while that dries a little bit. And I want it to dry before I go back in. I'm mixing some yellow ochre into this so that it's warmer. I want this to dry before I go back in so that I don't rip that pigment off. And the greens can blend into it, so I'm not worried about that. Oh, that's a beautiful fall green. We haven't used a lot of yellow ochre in this painting, but it's really nice for this time of the year. We'll definitely do so in future fall lessons. Which, by the way, if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do so. We'll be doing a lot of paintings just like this over the next month, month and a half. So, I'll have a lot of fun. Because it's going to be grass here for the most part, I'm doing very short horizontal, or rather vertical markings. Just in case any of these brush strokes show through in the end, it'll be in the right direction. Now, from here, we are going to take that step back. That way we can look at it a bit more holistically. I'll remix some of that darker brown pigment. I'm going to use a little bit less water in my mix this time. Last time I used a lot just to get a good spread, make sure it was clean around the edges. But I do think I want something that's a bit more thick. So this time less water on the brush, still have a good amount of titanium white in the mix, Naples yellow. Those are nice thick pigments. And already, as you can probably tell, this is so much of a more opaque, strong pigment. Love that. I'll just do little taps into the greenery. Can do little dots with the corner of the brush as well. That way there are openings in the grass that are a bit more of the mud heavy mixture. And I know, use the word mud, I was hesitant too, because I think a lot of us innately don't think of mud as this aesthetic thing, but I think it really can be. It can complement all of our colors well. It brings things together. It as a subject is very fall anyway. Think about being young and running around, getting the boots covered, or just going for walks, going for trail walks up in Algonquin, getting things muddy as well. Not a bad thing. I'll grab some of our yellow ochre, sap green, titanium white, a little bit of our Mars black. Again, mixing up a darker green, but a warm one. We'll go in with layer number 2. And before I blend it in with the brown, I'm going to head to this side. Make sure this has a good thick application, because I don't want to make the brush a different color. I don't want to make it muddy before we get to where we want to be with these applications. And then once we are, I'll just do those little vertical tap and drags down into the previously instilled brown mixture. It's probably still a little bit wet. Might be a little tacky, but it's probably a little bit wet. And that'll let us get a good transition into there. Can work some of our greens in as well. Just go back and forth with the two until you have an area and a mix you really like. There we go. It's a great base. Now we let it dry, and then we instigate some shadows. So at this point, our backing layer is nice and dry. Now we can head back into our palette. We can create some shadows for both the grass and the ground, and we can really start building out some detail, because we have a lot on the top. We need to balance it on the bottom, and I think this is going to look very good very quickly. So from here, we'll grab our larger flat-headed brush, make sure it's nice and damp. We'll create a darker green than the one we have right there, which is mostly sap green, Mars black. We'll go with some bonus Naples yellow, bonus yellow ochre, and then more Mars black. The goal is to go with something nice and saturated, but still have the hues from before. And I think this is looking pretty close to what we're looking for. So we'll spread it out pretty wide on our palette. We'll switch on over to our fan brush. We'll grab just a little bit of it. I'm going to head into the back, and then I'm going to create the smallest little tap and drags you've ever seen in your life. But this is a real detail, so I will get you a lot closer for the actual application. So here we are, making little taps, little drags. You can see that I'm leaving space in between these in a lot of cases, and just trying to build out something that feels very natural. There's going to be slightly more of these applications towards the back. There's going to be slightly more of these applications towards the side, and they'll become more sparse as you move into this midsection, because the grass is going to be less dense. We'll have less shadow on it out in the open. So I'll go over these areas multiple times, and I'll probably do these areas out here once or twice. We'll head down here, we'll just do a little bit These strokes will get a little bit longer as we get closer to the foreground. This little taps almost towards the back, but there's a slight drag to it. And then we'll head on over to the right hand side. Very similar. In the back it's almost just a tap, because the grass that far away, you can't really see its protrusion. But as we get farther out, as we are here, we can go for those more elongated markings. So we are opting for a grass, but I think we'll put some leaves on top of it, we'll put some rocks in it, we'll make it much more interesting. And this is just the base. We still need to add our highlights, our details. There's a lot yet to do here. And we will certainly do so. Okay, almost there. Love that. Looking good. Now, while we wait for that to dry, we'll grab some extra burnt sienna, make a darker version of what we have right here. So more Mars Black than last time, more burnt sienna to make it rich. I still want a little bit of our Naples yellow. And there I think we have something very similar to the last mix. So again, just double down on the Mars Black and the burnt sienna, and you'll find something pretty quickly. I think this is probably great. Now for this, we're also going to go in with that same fan brush, but I'm just going to tap these little impressions onto the canvas. I'm not dragging the brush at any point. I'm not trying to make an elongated marking, I'm just trying to make an individual little divot in the ground. Just trying to give it a little bit more character. Trying to give it a value which connects it to a point with the grass, so they don't feel like vastly different subjects next to each other. They are different subjects, but they'll have similar values because they have a similar amount of light on them. So we'll just tap this into all of those little spots. Don't need too much of it because we don't have a lot of this ground, but we are waiting for these to dry before we add on the highlights, so we might as well take our time and do a good job of applying these shadows to the ground to be. It too will need highlights, so we're kind of going back and forth. Next we'll add the highlights to these while we let these dry, and then we'll head back to these, and it'll just be a nice little loop. Alright, so we've given this a good period of time to dry, and we're going to go in with more highlights to our grass. I'll grab that sap green. Again, I want a good amount of yellow ochre in this mix, so we'll double down on that. Grab some of our titanium white, hint of our Mars Black. You can see it's brighter than what we had, but it's still not a bright pigment as a whole, and we want to keep it that way. We want it to be a bit more subdued so that this grass doesn't catch too much of the viewer's attention. So now we're back to the fan brush. I did wash it, which condensed the bristles, but then I dried it, and I'm just trying to keep these as sharp as I can, because with this application we are going to mirror the last, and that means we're going in with a bit of a tap towards the top in the back, and then we're doing a bit of a drag down as we start to move into the foreground. And I know probably looks pretty subtle from where you are, but it's meant to. I'm going to do this side with you a bit farther away, and then we'll do the second side with you closer up. That way you can see what it looks like with everything else from a distance, as you should, and you can see what it looks like from an application perspective. I think switching back and forth really is the best way of teaching it, so we'll do our best to continue with that. Just going to finish off this little area. Almost there. You can do little pieces of grass that stick out in the ground, but I think this does it. I think this does it well. Bonus taps. And then we can incorporate a little bit of it even up into the greenery here. That way it has this nice connective tissue. And I might even throw a little bit in this area too, just to make it a bit warmer. All of that. Okay, let's head over here. So now we will grab more of that pigment in the back. Remember, it's just a tap. Nothing more. We'll work that into some of our previous foliage. We'll work it on top of some of our previous foliage. Same way, just to get it to be a good connective tissue. And then we'll start implementing little drags. Like so. I'll grab more of that pigment. Drags get a little bigger as we get closer. We leave little openings here and there. There we go. Pick my favorite areas, I'll go over them again. And I'll make it nice and bright in relation to the rest. And we want some level of variance between our highlights. Adding more of that highlight towards the center because it'll just get more light. There we go. I really like this. Great start. And then again, we'll incorporate more into this. Run it up and make it cohesive as a whole. Now yet again, we'll take a step back. We'll grab some of our burnt sienna, titanium white, more of that yellow ochre, that way we have a good connective tissue, and we'll render a highlight for the mud and the ground. This is predominantly burnt sienna, but I do want those, again, connective pigments. Naples yellow, yellow ochre. We could throw a hint of our sap green in there too. And very quickly, I like this a lot. Now I'll head to our fan brush. And rather than doing a tap and drag, we'll just do a tap. Build up some textures. Work that towards their grass, in between sometimes. And this is just a great way of keeping everything cohesive, adding detail. This color also works really, really well with the bridge itself. So it's a nice inclusion for that in itself. Just making the painting feel complete. Though we still have a lot to do. Still have to do the rocks. Still have bare canvas, but not for too long. There we go. Like that. And I think it might be time for the next step. I say that and I continue painting. Sometimes it's just really hard to put the brush down. You're just having a lot of fun. There we go. So, really like the detail. I think it's subtle, but it's enough. Again, we have more light in the middle, dissipates as we get towards the edge. You get that slight vignette, but you also get those good textures that tie it all in together. And at this point, very much liking it. I think I do want an abundance of yellowish orange leaves on it. We're not going to do that yet. We're actually going to hop into the remaining white areas of the canvas. We'll work on the big rocks, which connect the water to that land. And then after that, we'll head back and we'll add the leaves, because I want to add them on top of the rocks as well. So, got a couple more steps, but we are about to cover the remainder of the canvas, and I'm really excited about it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is grab an abundance of our Mars Black for a dark base layer of our rocks. We'll grab some of our burnt sienna, a little bit of that Naples yellow, yellow ochre. We can add a hint of our cad red, but for the most part this is a burnt sienna and a Mars Black. Also, while it's dark, I want there to be room to make it slightly darker. So this isn't the darkest possible mix, but it is a very dark mix. And with this, I'm going to start cutting in my edges for all of these beautiful rocks to be. I like to cut the edges first, because when you have fresh paint and a clean brush, you have the best opportunity to render the sharpest markings. There is the traceable up over on Patreon if you want to resketch out the rocks before jumping into them, as I am. But I'm really liking this so far. I might change them a little bit, but we're keeping the same general movements, motions, weight, relations of a lot of rocks. Some big, some small. Let's get you a bit closer for it though. So we will continue to craft with this nice brush. However, after a certain point, we are going to get close to these smaller rocks, and when we do, we should probably switch our brush on over to the smaller flat-headed brush. Now we get their same sharp edges and markings, but we can do so in a bit more of a controlled manner. We also have some rocks that are inwards, right? They aren't all just on the edge here. Wouldn't really make sense if they were, so I might double down on rocks like that in a little bit. But we'll bring these to the edge. Make sure that they come out here and there. Little protrusions, big protrusions, protrusions as a whole. Here's another one. I like that. I think we can also, you know what, let's throw one right here. Kind of moving off of the edge of the canvas. That way it feels natural. Let's make this one a bit bigger. Get lost behind some of the greenery here. And if you don't like any patches of your grass, this is a great way to cover them up and just kind of reform that area. Again, I'm doing a couple. But now let's head on over to the other side. As we do this, we might want to take a step back. That way we can see how they look in relation to each other, because we want this to feel balanced, but we don't want it to feel the exact same. It's important that we have variance between the two sides. So, taking that step back can often offer a good perspective. Covering up the white first, and then we'll get into the bonus rocks and whatnot. But always feels great to cover that remaining canvas. Remember that they will occasionally move up pretty dramatically. The idea is that these ones are pushing your eye this way, these ones are pushing your eye this way. There we go. That'll be a nice big one. Have a couple more through here. You want to make sure that this is nice and thick, and if they aren't, I'd recommend going in with a second thick layer. Like a lot of acrylics, your first layer will probably be a little thin, and that's okay provided you do another one. Oh, the light is changing pretty dramatically outside. It's really nice. It's one of those days where you have sun and then you have clouds and then you have sun and you have clouds, and you get to see what the painting looks like on both cloudy days and sunny days, which is actually important to consider depending upon where you live. If you live in an area that's often very cloudy, you probably want to do your favorite paintings or finish them on cloudy days so you know what they'll look like most days. Same goes if you're in a very sunny area, you probably want to finish it on a sunny day. That way you know what it looks like most of the time. Anyways, I think I'll probably do a second layer, and then I will see you with the next step. You know what, I say that, and then I immediately just want to add a bonus rock right here. Maybe one up here. There we go. Okay, a couple little bonus rocks. But I will now see you in the next step. All right, now we'll take some extra Mars Black, just a little bit, work it into our current mix, and we'll take this, tap it on, and create some of those nice shadow textures, very similar to all of our trees, our foliage. It's a different subject, but it's completed in a very similar way. Now this will be pretty simple and potentially unnoticeable, but I'm just going to take that darker mix, a fairly dry fan brush. I'll tap in some texture on our rock. This is meant to be a real subtlety. It is texture, it is variance of value, but it's so soft in relation to that which we've already had that not a big difference. We'll do less as we get in the background because you just won't see those shadows in the background. You can see that I'm angling my brush essentially in the same orientation of the rock. So if the rock goes up like this, I try to go in with that same general brush movement. If the rock is more horizontal, I'll go in with a more horizontal tap. And it's just for efficiency, covering as much space as we can with relative ease. Just like that, I think we're on to the next step. Okay, so from there, we essentially want to build brighter browns for our rocks. I'm going to start with titanium white, Naples yellow, and burnt sienna. As you can see, beautiful warm color. Let's make it more burnt sienna heavy on one side. So you can see we have a transition. Let's continue moving that way, more burnt sienna. Then let's introduce some Mars Black over here. And we kind of have this almost rainbow of hues and values. And this is essentially what we'll use to approach all of the rocks in our foreground. Now, I think this side is still drying, so we're going to head over to this one. I'll grab our fan brush, as we have many a time before. It is fully dry, and I'm going to begin by tapping on some little textures to our rocks. And this is just going to be a starting layer. And I'm trying to apply the brush in similar ways that the rock is facing, very similarly to how we worked in the shadows. So you can see us starting to distinguish one rock from another. We're not going in with the brightest mix yet. We're going in with more of that mid-value one because we want to be able to make this brighter. Rotating my brush in the air as we want to create variance from rock to rock, area to area. So as you can see, we very quickly start to have form, areas that are receiving more light than others. And that's really the goal here. We want some areas to be brighter, some areas to be darker. It's a pretty simple application after all of the tapping that we've done previously in the video. But now we'll double down on some of our more prominent forms, as you can see. That said, we're not doing the refining with this brush. We are going to switch our brush for that. We're just making sure that we have nice, small textures, details. You can see that these colors are working really nicely, really cohesively with that of here. Tap on some bonus highlight, start to build it up a little bit more. So now I'm going to the brighter pigments for the later layers. Now an issue with this, as the only application, is that it can start to look a little fuzzy, which we don't want. So I'm going to get you closer and I'll show you how we make this a bit more intentional and structured. So from here, we're switching to the smaller liner. We're getting more of that highlight. And we're going to start crafting tops and connecting our highlights in various ways. So we grab that pigment. I say, you know what, this is the top of the rock. So we'll start bringing these movements, applications together. We have another rock behind it. We can paint that in. We have another little rock here, another little rock there. It's so easy once you get that first application with the fan brush in. And you can do it without the fan brush applications, but it takes a lot longer. It's less randomized, and I think it's just also less detailed. So I really do recommend starting with those taps with the other brush and then instigating more dramatic form after the fact. And when we get into the background, we do less of that separation, less of the intentional detail, because we just don't see it that far away. And that's okay. You can see how bright these are getting. We're going to make them even brighter. Going in with some pretty watery applications right now. Here's something more opaque. And once we build it up, there we go. Such a vast difference when you look at these rocks versus these. We're just done some taps, some drags. It's looking good. It's looking really good. Beautiful textured rocks. Once we just have a very watery mix, I'll work some of the highlights into the shadows for some texture, but it's very minimal. It's not much highlight at all. We'll just finish up this little area. We'll take a step back, and we'll make sure it's progressing the way we want it to. There we go. Okay, so taking a step back, I think that's a great start. From there, we'll get a little bit of our Mars black, our sap green, Naples yellow, make it a very watery mix, almost like a glaze, almost like a watercolor. And then I'm going to go under my rocks and just create a little bit of a shadow in the water. That way it looks like these are properly on top of it, and it's just a little bit more natural. You can also see that I'm using my finger pretty often just to do a blend. You can blend with your brush if you want, you can blend with your finger, but if you choose to use your finger, like I am here, I would recommend making sure that your hands are extremely clean beforehand. That way you don't have any oils on your hands that are going to make that area of the canvas difficult to work on. So we'll just work that through here, we'll work this in the back. I'll do a little blend down. That way it's not such a hard edge. There we go. And we'll just make it progressively get darker as it moves down farther. And this is a great way of just making sure that everything works together. Like that. Okay. So far, so good. Like that a lot. Said, we still have an entire side to do, and I think I want to do a wash on this, and I think we want some foliage there too. So we've got a lot to do, but I'm really happy with how far we've gotten. And while we're here, you know what? Let's go in with a fairly dark mix. Let's just add another rock or two out in the water. We'll paint these in later with the highlights. When we do this, we can go back and do these. But I think that'll add quite nicely to the painting. Don't want to do too many, but a couple here and there I think will help a lot. Now we'll head on over to the other side while that dries. We'll grab some of our nice highlight. And as you remember, we are going to go in on the angle in which the rock is facing. Starting on this one because it's a big one. It's notable, it'll set the stage for the rest, it'll be a good example. And then we have another little one over here. And we have another little one behind it. And form is not something we are really going to have a great grasp on through this application, but it will come through the next. Right now we're just kind of building those textures, making sure this doesn't look like a flat silhouette, and if we can distinguish where our subjects are and where they're going to be, then we can do some bonus taps in those areas to solidify edges. But we don't just want to essentially color in our edges. We need to be careful of that. We need to move the highlights inwards as they naturally would progress so. And we're doing that right here. There's definitely a top of a rock right here. So we'll do that and then we'll move it in. Top of a rock right here, then we'll move it in. Sometimes I'm just using a fifth of the brush. I'm not always using the entire thing. And I think that's really the beauty of a fan brush. You can make 20 markings in the same tap, or you can make 2, depending upon how you articulate the brush and the intentionality with it. There we go. Going over some of my favorite areas a second time, for the sake of building additional form. And with that, I think we can switch our brush and continue to have fun with the liner. So let's brighten this up. Let's build some very notable pieces. This rock has a really distinct edge as it plunges itself into the water. We have another one right here, right there. Notice how there are lots of little breaks in the rock. It comes together so quickly once you have an understanding of it and you have those base textures. I love it. I always loved painting rocks. I think it was one of the first subjects that made me love painting. It's just so cathartic to instill the taps, to build the layers. You can have so many colors in rock. It doesn't just have to be 2 or 3. It can range dramatically, especially if you have cool shadows. Here I think we're going for a much warmer scene as a whole, so we're keeping it a bit more of a minimal palette. But I think that's the beauty of rocks. You can do them so many different ways, so many different settings. Right now we're going for very textured rock. Lots of granular pieces, protrusions and insets. But you could also do it really smooth. Something you probably want to consider is where it is, how much water's eroding it. Do you have moss that's breaking it apart or creating this soft shell? Here, a lot of elongated lines. I'm not going to add much highlight back here because it's just darker. There's a lot of trees around that area. And then here, again, more taps towards the top, bring them down. But these areas are also pretty far away, so we will lose detail. Taps will become more amalgamated, and that's okay. That shows scale, that shows depth. Sometimes having less detail, especially in the background, makes the painting so much stronger because of scale, because of the relation to your other subjects, because of depth. All of it. Okay. I think this is looking pretty good. If anything, we can just brighten it up, add some bonus highlights to our most important areas. You can do this on the other side too, but I have to start somewhere. I love these. I think I like these rocks more than these. And that's a good sign that as you paint, you get better and better. You learn what you like doing, you learn how to improve that which you don't. You can go back and touch up the other area if you want, but I always like it when you're doing a painting and you look back at another area and you say, oh, you know what? I know how to do that better now. Means you probably have to put in a little bit more work, but the painting gets better as a whole. And that's a wonderful thing. Okay, so I think this is probably pretty good, maybe a couple more taps, but I think we should take a step back and make sure that it's all working together. All right, now taking a step back, we'll grab some of that darker mix, maybe a little bit of Mars black, maybe a little bit of our sap green as we just did for the shadows here, and we'll head in with that very watery mix. We'll instill more of those shadows on the right hand side this time, and we'll build this out to be something beautiful. It's already getting really close. I think we could use some extra color. I think we could use a couple extra things, to be honest, but we're definitely getting there, and I'm really liking it. Okay, now we'll make our brush even more wet, do a greater blend down. Oh yeah, just get better and better. Do little shadows under these guys. This is going to make it feel connected. go. Nice greenish reflection. Then let's get you a bit closer to create some separation between the rocks and the shadows. I know it seems like we're kind of going backwards. We were just trying to bring them together, but it's the mix of the applications that's going to make it look nice and realistic. So at this point, we'll add a little bit of titanium white into that darker mix. That way we get this grayish, green, brown. We'll make it really wet. And then we'll just create this line, which is essentially water running up on the shadows, running up over to the sides of the rock. And we'll just separate our rock from the water. See that? Really, really easy. Blend it out into the water. You can go with more of a white mix if you want it to stand out more greatly, more dramatically. Just be careful that you don't overdo it. We don't want it to be stronger than what we have down here. Here I'm going with both. Sometimes you can also do little taps for it. It doesn't have to be a strict line around the rock. It can be darker in the shadows and brighter out in these areas. You can connect with these highlights if you want. That'll really bring it together. There we are. Great little detail. It's so easy to implement. It stands out beautifully over those shadows. Work it into these little guys, work it into the backgrounds. It's one of those things where you can put it pretty much everywhere, and everywhere you do put it, it just looks better and better. Kind of jumping around a lot, just so I don't overdo one area. But I can always return to them if I want to do more. There we go. Now, take a step back, and I love these highlights. I love the forms. I think we have this color throughout a lot more of the piece. It feels like it fits better. I'm very happy. That said, it's time for some fallen leaves. It is a fall scene. I think this is going to add a lot to it. And we're going to begin by grabbing some of our burnt sienna, our yellow ochre. This will create a nice subtle orange initially. Then we'll add a hint of our cad red, which is very saturated. We don't want a lot of it, but just a little bit. We can grab some of our Naples yellow, and then I'm going to grab some Mars black as well, because I don't want it to be too powerful or prominent. So we'll work that in. We have a couple great colors here, 4 leaves. We have the bright, we have the dark. We'll grab our liner brush. We'll grab some of that darker mix. And I think we're going to start by applying these around some of our rocks, and these are just little taps and drags. Realistically, these leaves will, for the most part, find themselves in crevices and areas up next to larger areas. So we have a bush here. We'll have a lot of these little guys kind of pushing themselves up into that area. Again, we have them by the rocks. These will make the rocks look really nice because they're similar color. They'll fit in well. But then we can go in with our highlighted versions. Tap those over our grass. The taps will get bigger as we get closer to us, as we move farther down the canvas. In the background here, they'll just be like little taps. Like that. Not all of them are going to be bright, so we're not applying it over all of our darker areas, but some of them, certainly. Going to add them slowly. We can also add some into the water. Just like so. Drifting beautifully amidst these reflections. This is only our first color. We will make a couple of them, but so far I'm really happy. Be patient, don't apply too many at once. You want to be able to take steps back, look at it, make sure that it's progressing the way you want, that it's not too detailed in one area or another. But if it does happen to get very detailed in one area or another, don't worry too much about it because it is acrylic and we can just paint over it. And that's okay. Let's head on over to this side for a little bit. Again, lots of them near the edges of our rocks. Wind will blow them up against said rocks and then they'll kind of get stuck there. Sometimes when there are a lot of them, we just do a bunch of tapped clusters and they amalgamate together in that area. So you don't see individual taps, you see bunches. Typically, I'm going to make them in a more horizontal structure. Stand out really nicely in these darker shadows. And we'll have those darker shadows under the bushes that we've rendered. We'll also have quite a lot around here. There we go. I think I'll take a couple of steps back and just make sure that I'm not overdoing it in one area or another, as well as see what areas I like and where I should double down on. Because it is both. We're not just looking for where we're not doing well, we are looking for where we are doing well so we know what to continue to build on in a more dramatic way. Now here we'll get you a little bit closer, that way you can see pretty well what these look like. I'm going to go over a lot of them a second time to build up the opacity, because we are working with acrylics, we are working with a damp brush, and that means these taps are initially going to be pretty semi-transparent. Make them opaque, we need to simply do them again. There we go. Grab a little bit more water, but not too much because that will just make them even more transparent. It's all a balance. There we go. Once we feel like we have these well allocated, we can take that step back again and see what we want to do next. All right, now from here, we're going to brighten our orange mix. Cad yellow deep hue, cad red, more cad yellow deep hue, titanium white. A little bit of Naples yellow. You can see we have a much brighter orange, but we're going to go even brighter with some of it. I want a variance in our leaves. I want some to be more yellow. I want some to be more orange. We have the darker pigment already instilled. So we'll just build a good variety right here, right now. And we'll head in with these three mixes. Taking my liner brush, because it worked really well for our first application. Now we'll go to some of our leaves which we feel are more prominent. We'll tap that over the past application. We don't have to do it to all of them because we don't need to make them all the same color. We don't want to simplify it too much either. We also want the darker ones to exist more in the shadows, right? We can do a couple taps here and there towards the back, but if we have the majority of them darker, it looks like we have depth within them, and that's a great thing. So we'll tap those on, grab more of that pigment, start heading over here, and we don't want to do too much in one area all at once. There we go. Maybe we'll grab a bit more of that cad yellow, work that into the brightest mix, start diversifying our color. Get a little bit of that yellow in with the oranges. This stands out beautifully. Make sure we incorporate it down in the water as well. So far, so good. Trying to be pretty mindful with these, that I don't overdo it. Just because we've done such a nice job with the grass and the rocks. So we're mostly staying on top of our past applications, and then we expand when we feel there's an area that really needs it. Now head on over to the other side. Grab more of that great bright pigment. Tap in all of these really little leaves. Getting them small is truly the primary goal here. The smaller you get them, the more natural they'll look, especially in the distance. And then again, you can amalgamate them when need be. Lots and lots of minute details. There we are. Now, stepping back, I think it's clear that we need to make our rocks and our leaves a different value. So I'll grab some titanium white, some of our cad yellow, a little bit of our cad red. We'll go for a brighter orange. And we're going with a lot of our cadmiums because they are going to allow us to have a relatively saturated pigment despite the titanium white desaturating it while brightening it. So we'll grab this. We'll do a little test on the little leaves down here in the water. Already, I think that's a lot brighter. Bring it into the background. These can exist all over, and beautifully so. Then we'll start bringing them into some of these clusters, but I'm not going over every single leaf I've ever done. I'm just picking the ones that I feel like could protrude the most, catch more light. We want that variety of values. This is going to help us make distinctions between our rocks, our bricks, and a lot of our leaves as well. If your rocks and your leaves, because they were made with very similar colors, are still too similar hue-wise, you can do a bluish gray wash over your rocks and that'll do a good job of making them different. I'm not quite sure I want to do that yet. I want to see how this turns out, but it's an option. You can do some little oranges up in these areas as well, in the background. Here too. Those are pretty lovely. Okay, so far so good. Really like how this is progressing. Let's get you a little bit closer for more of the detail work. Now we'll get up close and you can see how these values are getting more and more similar to what we have in here, which is really nice. We can do these little taps in the water in the background. And this is filling it out in a really wonderful way. These taps can get bigger as we get closer to us. The more times we go over it, the brighter it'll get because we're building highlight on highlight rather than highlight on shadow. Might also do one right here in the highlight. And then I'll grab a bit of our darker pigment and I'll put it right underneath. That way we have a shadow from it. Subtle, but it's nice. All right, so taking a step back, I love how we're taking it. Now, let's add some extra red, a little bit of Naples yellow, hint of our Mars black, because we do have red trees in here as well, and it makes sense that we'd have some in the foreground. These would be blowing around, so let's add some added reds to our leaves. You don't have to make it all of them. It's that variance that makes this lovely come together. So we're going to go in with some very minute but intentional taps. Create some greater diversification. Make it all come together in a warm way. These are pretty dark in relation to the oranges, but if we were to brighten this red, we really just make it into more of a pink. That's the thing with reds. You can only bring them to, in a lot of cases, a mid value before you change it to a pink or an orange. And then an orange or a pink allows you to make it brighter. I don't think I want to make it into an orange or a pink because we already have oranges, and I don't think a pink is appropriate for a Falsian like this. So we're just going to have these darker but nicely colored red leaves. Definitely making it feel more like fall. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to take a step back and we're going to make sure that we have as many leaves as we want on the ground. We want a good relation of the red ones to the oranges, but we probably want a little bit more red just because the oranges are in our rocks already. But again, just keep adding them until you like the amount. Most will build up around the rocks, but you're welcome to cover the entirety of the ground should you want to. It really is just a subjective opinion of what type of fall piece you want to make and what you think looks better. But with that, I am pretty happy with this. So I think we're going to add in a bonus trait, one I didn't plan on doing initially, but I think we could have some extra orange towards the right-hand side of the painting. So we're going to head into the palette, we're going to mix up a really nice orange, and then we'll apply that together. Okay, so from there, I think I'm going to grab some of my Naples yellow, Cad red, yellow ochre. I'm going to mix up a nice orange here and a lot of it. I want to make it pretty wide here on my palette. You know what, I might also grab some of our Cad yellow. This is going to be in the foreground. This is going to be close to us. This is going to be one of our final highlights on the painting, and I want to make sure that it's right. So we're going to keep mixing until we have this great earthy orange. I think the Mars black actually did so much for it. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Let's grab our fan brush, jump into the painting. All right, so I added a lot of bonus, little fallen leaves through here in the water. And again, the amount that you have there, that's really up to you. But I like this, and now I feel like this area of the painting just doesn't really have any oranges. We have some beautiful ones through here, we have them here, here, and I just feel like this area needs a little bit. So this was unplanned, but I think we'll just take our damp fan brush, that way it forks into 4 or 5 different protrusions. We'll grab some of that nice new orange, and I'm just going to tap on some leaves from a tree right through here. I don't have the base of the tree, I don't have the branches. That's not the important part of this tree. The important part is bringing oranges back up into this portion of the painting. That way it can be cohesive with this part. So the idea is that the tree itself is off to the side, and we're just building some of the leaves that stretch over here. Makes sense to have a lot closer to this, and then they get smaller and become less of them as we move this way. I like this a lot already. They also stand out well because of the darker edge that we have right there. There we go. And now, once we have this implemented, applied, I think we should get a bit closer. We can apply some branches to bring those pieces together. But you know what we can also do? We can also just throw a couple of them over here. Now it's on both sides. We have more of these trees. It gives it more of a reason why there are so many leaves down here. We have these trees everywhere. They're just spread out. And these look great also overlapping these edges because they are also dark. So, such a quick application that does a lot for the painting. Also, if any area is a little bit thin, I recommend just going over it a second time with your liner brush. And again, next we're moving in and we're working on the branches. Now from here, we'll grab a little bit of our Mars black, burnt sienna, can even be a bit of that past mix, a little bit of titanium white, Naples yellow, mix up a good earthy, warm gray. Nothing too specific or particular, it just has to be akin to that which we've used previously. Grab our liner brush and we'll just start creating some branches that bridge a lot of these. We're just going to paint the larger ones. And you can barely see them because we are working over a darker area with a dark application, and that's okay. It's one of those things where it's a subtlety and it doesn't need to be anything more than that. You can incorporate a lot or a few. I don't want to do too many because I don't want to become too complicated. I like this tapped texture. I don't think there needs to be too much bonus texture on that. But we can also grab our Naples yellow, work that in. Now we have a highlight pigment. And we can apply this to the tops of a couple. The top will get more light than any other part of it because light will wrap around from the top. But it's not that bright. Just a little bit. Okay, and from there we'll take a step back. Going to brighten some of this orange that we have right through here, using a little bit of our Cad yellow, a little more of our Cad red, a little bit of our Naples yellow, and we can add some highlights to the oranges on that new tree with that liner brush. But at this point, we're looking at our painting, we're taking these steps back, and you know what? I think we're pretty much there. I think we did it. I think this was a long one, but I think it's a rewarding one. I think we were able to do a lot of texture, a lot of detail. I think it's a great intro piece to the fall season because, again, we just have so many different colors, but we still have the greens. And it's a nice transitional piece. Feels warm and cozy, but also kind of brisk. One of those images you look at and you feel like you can kind of hear the wind. I love that. When you look at a painting and you either feel like there's a scent or a sound, a feel, I think you get to something special there. And I think this is one where we accomplished that. So I'm just going in, I'm tapping in some extra details. You can add bonus highlights or textures wherever you'd like at this point. I think everybody's painting is going to be a little bit different, and where we add these is going to vary from person to person, application to application. But I would like to say a big thank you to all of you for being here. It's been, again, a long one, and I really appreciate that you're just here keeping this medium alive and well. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who supports the channel up on Patreon. You make it so these big lessons can happen. If it wasn't for you and your direct support, I could not spend the time making these like I do. Be off doing a different job, but thank you. If you're new here, this is your first time, you made it very, very far in the lesson, so subscribe because there are more lessons just like this, and if you enjoyed this one, I'm sure you'll enjoy the ones soon to come. I do intend to do more fall paintings. I'm getting a little tongue-tied because admittedly I started this morning and it's now 10:30 at night, so I've been at it for a while, but just been having a lot of fun. Thought we'd finish it off today strong. And again, if you are new to the channel, if you enjoyed this, if you want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Up there you can get the traceable for this. You can get the ad-free version of all of these new videos. You can get bonus videos that you can't see anywhere else. We have over 100 of them. Right now we're finishing up a big 24 by 24 inch painting. Additionally, you can get access to our exclusive Facebook group where you can share your images of your work with the community. I always find it to be a really inspiring place. I always find it to be a very positive place. I think the two of those put together makes a great space for artists to learn and grow. But with that, again, we're almost done. Love this. I have at least 2 more fall paintings already in my head, ready to go. You'll see those in the next week or two. Trying to do these videos weekly. Trying really hard. For the most part, we're getting it done, and really been enjoying it. Adding some extra highlight to this side right now. Might take a little extra titanium white, a little bit extra Naples yellow, extra cad yellow. Just trying to bump it up a little bit, not dramatically. That feels good. That feels really good. And, oh yeah. Okay, I was about to finish, and then I realized this highlight just worked so well on the tops and on the edge of these. I need to go back. You know, one of those things where it's just so hard to put down the brush sometimes. Especially when you're having fun like this. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for making these lessons happen. I hope you have a wonderful painting experience. I hope you feel inspired. I hope you feel ready to go and create your own lovely autumn scene. And I'll see you very soon with another brand new one, if not 2 or 3. I love this season. I love painting with oranges, and I really enjoy painting with you. So thank you. I'm really looking forward to this. Okay, enough rambling. Enjoy your painting, and above all, as always, stay creative.